Yes, I'm under order not to do the profile anymore.
The Bible method.
Because it's done. Cost
Okay. Okay. Gentlemen, 6 o'clock, February, what's the night? 19th, 2025. This is the Zoning Board of Adjustment for Madison. We're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag's over here. I'll lead us.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our moderator can always go on.
Yeah. So we, just a couple of very brief words of explanation. We are going to begin this evening with the cell phone tower case, 2408. But long before that case was applied for, we had scheduled a series of STR cases for this evening. So at 8 o'clock, we will end the discussion that we're having on cell phone tower case. We can't make a decision tonight on any of those variance requests. Any has not been made. So we will have at least in probably another 2 meetings on this case before it's at 8 o'clock. We get in the short-term rental cases. So if for those, you can either come back at 8 o'clock or you can sit and watch. General comment is that the judge is not making a final decision on the approval of the cell phone tower. We are one big puzzle. Any board involved in that, and of course, also involved in that. And we are focusing on variance requests for the application. So when we make our determinations, variance requests, of course, the applicant has a choice to design a location, redesign, change location, anything else. So we will not be making a determination alone when a cell tower can be installed in Madison. Just so you're aware that there's a bigger list involved in that. So with that, let's see. We have a 5-member board available tonight. We don't need to go to any other questions. Kate, would you go ahead and read notices? Just a minute. We can.
Microphone's off. 408. Yeah. Right next
Button at the top.
What?
Oh, wait. No, you just shut it.
It's 2408. Variance request. Jonathan Squire, Springer Law Office, authorizing for authorized agent for DMR NHLC to install, operate, and maintain a personal wireless service facility off King Pine Road, 249.1 from the Madison zoning ordinance, following article/sections. 1, a variance from article 6, section 0.5a of the ordinance, which provides that towers shall not exceed 10 feet over the tree canopy height. Variance from article 6.5e of the ordinance, which provides that there be a fall zone equal to tower height from all property lines. The variance section, article of section. There.
Speak up a little, please.
You
have to be right on the microphone.
Yeah, go.
All right, number 3, a variance from article section 6.6m of the ordinance provides that all ground be of a mass type. And number 4, extent necessary variance from article 6, section 6.k2 of the ordinance provides the telecommunication facility shall not be visible above ridge public roads. Number 5, the exterior variance from article section 6.m1 of the ordinance, which provides that any antenna array upon a proposed ground mount shall have a diameter of no more than exclusive of the diameter of the mount. And everything was certified and were sent out January 3rd. Butter posted the post office on January 30th. Madison Silver Lake, and then the Madison residents were sent certified mails on January 7, 2025, posted back then on January 6th, and the Conway Daily Sun on January 7th, 2025.
Okay, so we didn't have indication that any of those notices came back, or?
No.
Okay.
The ones that are out to Eaton, I mean, I've only just started getting back, so.
Okay. I need the board for conflict of interest, so Jennifer? Oh, I need to elevate, Jennifer's normally on it, so for record, we're elevating Jennifer, voting member for this case. So for you have no conflict of interest? George? No. Sharon?
No.
I do not.
Nor do I.
Okay. So there's no conflict of interest board. There are no waiver requests on there? No.
No.
Okay. So regional impact. This does have regional impact. We have informed all surrounding towns have been. So, okay. So, the way this is going to work tonight, the company will make the presentation, after which we will the public speak to tell the process of doing that later. At the moment, I want everyone to allow Springer to make a presentation is present and without comment, and then there'll be an opportunity afterwards to have a public testimony. If there are clarification questions for Attorney Springer, they should be addressed to me as the chairman, not here. So, with that, I turn it over to Attorney Springer, and here you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, as a housekeeping matter, easel and some plans. It might be better if we could move this microphone over there, and I could plans up over there in the audience, so I can stand next to the phone and plans. Can we do that? Yeah. You have all.
We have the plan. So.
Couch. I also, my voice carries as well, so I'll just talk right here for a second.
We have to TV, yeah.
Sorry. I also have a number of copies which we submitted with our application. I don't have anything to put up on the big board, but I bought extra copies for the audience. People may have to share. If you have not viewed this at Town Hall or online, I'm going to be going through this a little bit tonight. If you would like a copy, let me know. Otherwise, I see person. I only have 10. Dave, can you do me a favor? And a couple people back there raise their hands. And if you share your name, it would also be appreciated. And before I do my presentation, I want to make sure that we schedule the balloon test. So I'd up top, if I could. I think we had suggested a couple of dates.
Fine, let's go ahead and do that.
So it doesn't get lost this evening.
That's fine.
We suggested next week, Tuesday 5th and Thursday as the primary or the first, and Thursday the 7th in case there's bad weather. Is that acceptable to the board?
Oh, well, anyway. True. Yeah. No,
What time?
Well, it's all.
Well, usually, what time would the balloon be up in the air? About 7 or 8? 7. We would aim for 7 or 7:30 to get the balloon up there, and then it usually goes like 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay. Well, and plus you take pictures,
We're going to take pictures,
and there'll be a formal report.
and there will be a formal report.
Any boards have any objection to the date? No. Okay, then schedule it for the 25th, or 27th.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. So,
We're going to fly 2 balloons? 3 balloons. At what heights? Repeat it. I'll repeat what they say. 150 and 130?
There's balloons. Just know that the top balloon is not on the tower. It's more for very far away. Sometimes it's really hard to see because of all the trees. So sometimes we'll put a balloon 40 feet above where the tower is going to go, so we can even get a pinpoint with a camera and figure out where the tower is. So if you see the balloon, that's the tower.
Okay. I'm going to repeat what he said. We're going to fly 3 balloons, one on top of the other. The top balloon's going to be at 170. The monopole we are looking at, we're asking for 150. There's going to be a second balloon at 150, and I think a lower balloon, and I'm not sure height, about 130. But that will all be made clear in the report. What Dave Sykes, who's here on behalf of EMR, the applicant, says sometimes when you get in hilly or heavily wood terrain, you can have trouble picking out. If you balloon it tight, you can sometimes have trouble seeing that around town. So flying the higher balloon actually helped with visibility and in the test. And I know probably people who are sitting here saying this is going to be really, really visible. I think you're going to find the visibility is not going to be what you might expect. So this is a protest, and we're going to find out.
To make sure if there's specific locations to have pictures taken, does the board want to specify that? Where do we?
So definitely some of the locations that we would like to see pictures of are the corner of 153 and East Madison Road. Further down East Madison Road, where, not East Madison, I'm sorry, 153, as you're heading toward the Littlefield Farm, that area. From across the street, King Pine, where the snow tubing is, from across the street in the Hoyt Wildlife Refuge area. Probably up on King Pine Road.
I'm sorry, but you said before you said the Hoyt Wildlife.
Sorry.
You said some other thing across the road?
Littlefield, it's not across the road, it's down the road from...
No, you said across the street. I think you said where they the tubing?
Across the street from tubing.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's the King Pine tubing run.
All right. Okay.
Littlefield, on pictures from Hilts. King, up East Madison Road to the high road where the high part is. That's a drivable thing. You're gonna have to sort of figure that out. I don't know what the address is.
Yeah.
In the association area, the circle were houses,
Yeah.
and it's literally where
No, we want those, but East Madison Road out away from King Pine Road. So
Top of the next.
at the top of that next ridge.
Yeah.
Right. And I know there were others.
Well, I think if we have that, you guys have a good idea also where you want us from. I just wanted to make sure that we had,
Okay.
for the public to make sure that visibility is documented.
And is there a place I know there are individuals, public, who would like to observe this test. Is there a place that they should get to begin with, or just at 7 o'clock look out their windows?
At 7, well, I'd say 7:30 or 8 o'clock, look out your windows.
Okay.
Where, I mean, you can gather wherever, people can gather wherever they like to gather, take their own pictures, for sure.
Okay.
Right, and for those who wish to comment later, you know, you're welcome to bring your pictures. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Springer, you want to continue? I think we've got that covered, right? So we have the balloon test scheduled.
Do we want to ask if there's anybody in the audience that I'm missing anything?
Oh, okay. Well, let's just ask, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to have another location that was not mentioned that you think is particularly, I mean, you can take your own pictures, but is there something?
Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach. Okay. Please continue with the presentation, or begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, we understand, you know, nothing's going to get resolved tonight. In addition to the balloon test, I don't want this to get lost. We are awaiting the report from the town's radio frequency engineer as well. So I don't know where things stand on that, but we're also waiting for that piece of the.
He's waiting for the balloon test to complete his report. Yeah.
Okay. The property is owned by Purity Springs Resort, Inc. It's tax map 249, lot 1, about 55 acres in size. It is in the rural residential zone. In the rural residential zone, new tower construction is permitted. And I just put up on the board sheet Z1 from the plans, which shows you the lot at issue. This is the town line. This is the continuation of the ski area in the town of Eaton. And that's the proposed location of the monopole there. The monopole is about 150 feet away from the end of the King Pine Road loop. The closest property line is directly to the west. It's about 265 feet from the pole. To the east, there is a shorter distance, but as I said, it's the same landowner over there. The distances to the north from the monopole, about 717 feet, and to the south, to this point here, it's approximately 1,444 feet. The tower is going to be there inside a compound, a fenced equipment compound, and I've put up sheet C4, which gives a good bird's eye view of the compound. This is King Pine Road loop right here. We're proposing a 12-foot wide gravel access into the compound area. The length is approximately 170 feet. The only utilities we use are telephone and power, and they're going to be run underground to the compound area. There is a parking and turnaround area here outside the compound. In accordance with your ordinance, we are proposing a stockade or wooden fence to enclose the compound so there won't be visibility from ground level into the compound area. This circle here is the proposed monopole. As I said, we're proposing a 150-foot monopole. This site uses no water or sewer. It's not manned, obviously. The only utilities, as I said, are power, phone, or fiber, which is going to be run underground. The only vehicular traffic, once the tower is completed, there's 1 or 2 trips per month per carrier. Driving in there, usually with a passenger vehicle or SUV type of vehicle, to check equipment. As I said, 1 or 2 trips per month. on. So if this test is approved and at some point becomes fully loaded with carriers, there's going to be 4 carriers. It's a 4-carrier pole. And so you're looking at not even 8 to 10 trips per month. The tower is not going to be lit. There's no real signage. The only signs are small identifying signs on the fence. There's no noise, there's no smoke, there's no soot or fumes or other nuisance factors like that. No waste discharge or anything like that. I'm going to switch my page here if I may. Going to the board's information, going to sheet C5, which is the profile of the monopole. As I said, we're proposing 150-foot pole. It might be kind of hard to see in the back, I get that, but it's a monopole. We're proposing a monotower. There are 4 sets of angles at the top of the tower, if you can see them. Each one of those is a potential communication carrier. The top set of antennas is flush with the top of the monopole. Measured center line to center line, each antennas needs 10 feet of separation. And so if the center line of the top set of antennas is approximately 145 feet above ground level, the center line will be at 135, then 25, and then 150. The way this technology works, the handset or your laptop, whatever's communicating with the antennas, needs to be able to see, quote, quote, the antennas. This is considered a line of sight technology. So the antennas have to be able to see your handset or your laptop, and they have to be able to see the antennas, which is why towers are built. They height. If you're talking on the phone, your call goes up through the antennas, down to cables at the base equipment, and then out through the fiber telco conduit, and your call is just routed wherever you're talking in the world. In a perfect world, a site like this would have a radio frequency footprint where it propagates 5 miles or thereabouts, maybe. The problem is, and we run into this in northern New England and New Hampshire all the time, the topography blocks radio frequency signals. It just does. Other things block signals as well. Trees. I think I mentioned last time pine trees. The pine needles, for some reason, the length of the needle and the water content effectively block signals more so than other types of trees. Buildings can block signals. And so the challenge here, and we're going to look at a topo map in a minute, the challenge here is the topography, the terrain. The area of the site is really between 2 ridge lines, west and east, and running basically, you know, parallel to the, I think that's 153 that goes up between the ridge lines there. So when you are moving through the coverage area of a cell tower, if you're perfectly flat and there's no obstructions, it's a radius of maybe 2.5, 3 miles in any way, which comes out to 5 or 6 miles footprint. While you're within that area, your phone is talking to the antennas. When you get to the end of that area, if there's not another tower or set of antennas to pick up your call, you drop the call, or you can't initiate the call. If there is another antenna there with your area, it's a seamless handoff. And so the trick in building out a system like this, it's almost like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, if you will. You have to, it's sort of like a honeycomb pattern of these cell sites, and the radio frequency footprint has to essentially touch or connect with the foot of a surrounding tower. And that's what we're trying to do here. Why this site in particular? We're trying to bring coverage to the ski area, Route 153, East Madison Road, and the surrounding areas. And we handed out earlier the radio frequency report to some people. I know the board has a copy. I'd just like to go through some of the things here.
More if anybody wants one.
No hands go up. The RF report, which we marked as Exhibit 2 to the application, does a good job of explaining how the technology works and how the technology works, what the coverage objective here is, and how we hope to close the significant gap in coverage that presently exists up there. And I would note, this is not the first time I'm going to quote a law. Don't shoot messenger. I didn't pass this law. I just try to follow it. It's no answer to say, well, I have good coverage. I don't need it. Why do we need another tower? Every telecommunication carrier has to have a reasonable opportunity to come into every town to provide coverage. That's the law. I'm also going to take the bull by the horns because I heard some comments last time about the radio frequency emissions. It's also the law that this board, like every other land use board in the United States, does not have the ability to make a decision based on perceived health effects of these towers. It doesn't. That's the law. And the background of that is when Congress auctioned off parts of the radio frequency band, gave licenses to telecommunication carriers, Verizon, T-Mobile, and the like, who paid billions and billions of dollars for the right to propagate in that section of the radio frequency band. However, they said, it does us no good to pay these billions of dollars if we can get denied at the level, at local level, based on perceived health effects, because we're never going to get a site approved. And so Congress passed the Telecommunication Act of 1996, which does a number of things, but it also says quite explicitly a local land use board cannot make a decision based on the perceived health effects of the tower. Can't. I would also note, you know, I know I don't want to embarrass anybody here, so I'm not going to call anybody, but my guess is most of the people, and I know we have a number of people out opposing this site, most of those people have phones. And your phone is pulling coverage from somebody else's tower that they're looking at and they're living close by. That's a fact. And if you can turn on a radio, guess what? Radio frequency waves are going through your body. That's also a fact. Now, if I may ask, I'm not going to deal with comments from the audience. I would ask that people hold their comments. Thank you. But that's the reality. If you can turn on,
Excuse me.
We know the law.
You'll have your chance to speak. Let him make his presentation.
Thank you, Chair. If you can, as I said, turn on a radio and get coverage, the radio frequency waves are there. That's the reality. But if you go to the last part of the report, which is, actually when I say last part, it's attachment E. It's the second to last page. It's entitled, well, attachment E, area topography map. And it shows the topography we're dealing with here. And the proposed site at King Pine is the blue arrow, or excuse me, the blue star right there. And I'll let the board catch us. Somebody's looking for the report. Attachment E.
Which one? Where does it say?
This is the site here.
Yeah.
Attachment E. second last page.
Got it.
And the blue star right there is our site. And on to the west, or the left, you see the one ridge line with the white peaks. And there's Route 153 running between the two ridge lines. And then on the right side, or to the east, you see the second ridge line is cut off by the data key, but you can see the ridge line. And that's the challenge here. If you look at, well, there are also black stars on the left of the terrain map, and at the very top, those are other sites, other towers. And they cannot reach the area of 153 because of that ridge line. And if you look at the last page of the RF report, it shows more surrounding sites. It gives the distances, but virtually all the ones to the south, or to the west and north, are going to be cut off by the ridgeline to the west. The others will be cut off by the ridgeline to the east. Plus, the distances are very far away. All that combines to produce an area that has poor coverage. And we focused on two bands, the 700 megahertz band and the 1900 megahertz band. Carriers use both, they need both. The 700 band and the 1900 band differ, among other things, and I'm not a radio frequency expert. Presumably Mr. Pegasic, the town's attorney, will address this, but it's also talked about in our report. The sine wave is different, and the 700 megahertz wave propagates better and further than the 1900. The 1900 has a much smaller propagation footprint. If you look at attachment A in that report, it's entitled Surrounding 700 Megahertz Coverage. This is the existing coverage, and you can see the blue star better now, which is sort of in the middle again. And that's our proposed site. White is bad coverage. White is non-existent coverage. I don't want to say non-existent, or I have to put that in quotes, if you will. There may be some kind of coverage there, but it's bad, and it's difficult to initiate calls and hold calls, and that's at the 700 megahertz. If you look at attachment B on the report, this has King Pine site turned on, if you will. This shows the anticipated coverage from the King Pine site at 145 foot on the tower. So this is basically the top slot on the tower where it says 145 AGL. That tells you that this is the expected coverage from the 145 foot slot, the top slot on the tower, for the 700 megahertz range. The green is really good coverage, the orange is good coverage, and you can see it really fills in a good part of the coverage objective, which is the ski area and Route 153. If you look at attachment C to the report, next page, this shows the existing 1900 megahertz. And if you compare attachment C to attachment B, which is the existing 700 megahertz, you'll see a lot more green and orange on the 700 megahertz page. And that's to be expected because, as I said, 700 megahertz has much better propagation ability than the 1900 megahertz. So just from the starting point, the 1900 megahertz is already less. And then attachment D shows the expected coverage somebody's phone just went off. I note that for the record. Shows the expected 1900 coverage from the King Pine site. So Exhibit D has the proposed tower turned on, so to speak. Again, it's more limited than the 700, but it does bring some good coverage to Route 153 and the surrounding areas. So that's why we're looking for this site. That's what we hope this site will accomplish. And I would note that I think people understand this now, but this report has been sent to an independent RF engineer, retained by the town, paid for by GMR, and he will be producing a report hopefully in the near future, and presumably he will address our report and give you his thoughts about that. And just on the ridgeline issue, we had submitted only a week or so ago an exhibit from our engineer about the ridgelines. I don't know if the board's had a chance to see it or review it, but the bottom line is the ground elevation at the tower site is 174 feet approximately. With an elevation of 150 feet on the tower, that means the top of the pole is going to be at just over 924 feet above ground level. If you go back to that topo map we had, to the east, the peaks are at 1,140 feet, 1,140 feet, and 900 feet. He took 3 readings along the top of the ridge. To the west, and that ridge line is about a mile away. The ridge line to the west was also about a mile away. The top of the ridge we calculate to be 1,160 feet above ground level, 1,120 feet, and 1,020 feet.
Excuse me, don't you mean above sea level?
Above ground level.
Really?
Well, I guess it's sea level too, but But the point is, the top of the ridge lines really are above the top of the pole. And that gets to the issue about whether we need a variance, if you can see this over a ridge line, et cetera. The ordinance 6.6 sets out some other design criteria which any new tower site has to meet. We address those in detail in our narrative. I'm just going to walk through them real quickly. I'm not going to repeat everything I said in my narrative, but just for the record, there are the first 3 sections of Section 6.6 deal with visual impacts, enhancements, and visibility. I think all those are going to be addressed by the balloon test. We are confident that this is not going to be a high visual impact site. And I will address those in more detail when we get the balloon test back. The next 2 sections deal with camouflage for facilities on buildings or structures, roof mounts and side mounts. Those aren't applicable here. Section F of 6.6 requires a 25-foot vegetative buffer surrounding the facility, along with an easement to protect that buffer. We are proposing the buffer zone. It's shown on the plans. It's on sheet C4 where we show the 25-foot on the plans. And so we meet that. The next one is the color of the tower. We're proposing to use a galvanized steel or brushed steel gray color for the tower, which blends in with the sky from a distance to the extent possible. And that's usually what boards prefer, but we're happy to talk to you about painting the tower a different color if the board so desires. The next section either requires equipment shelters within the compound, so the base equipment, to either be located in underground vaults or behind a landscape buffer or wooden fence. And as I said, we're proposing a wooden stockade fence, so we meet that requirement. That section also requires all existing utilities to be underground, which we are also doing. The next section deals with lighting, signage, and security. This tower is not going to be lit. The only lighting at the tower is going to be standard light bulbs. If somebody has an equipment shelter or equipment cabinet inside the cabinet, you know, standard 75 watt or 100 watt bulb while the technician's there in the evening. As I said, the only signage is going to be small identifying signs on the fence. And we submitted some representative pictures of those with our application. The next section deals with historic buildings and districts. This project does not involve any historic buildings or districts. The next one is scenic landscapes and vistas. In accordance with this section, the facility is not located within an open area that is visible from public roads, recreational areas, or abutting properties. It's going to have the vegetative buffer and the stockade fence as previously stated. So we feel we meet that, but again, happy to revisit that one after the test. The next section deals with driveways. We're proposing a driveway off the existing King Pine Road. It's the shortest driveway we can do, and it's going to be 12 feet in width with a gravel surface as required by your ordinance. The next section deals with the antenna types, and I spotted this last time. I've seen this language before in ordinances. I've seen different boards handle it different ways. I think the language, and I'm not saying this critically, I think it's somewhat ambiguous. In my opinion, it deals with the antennas themselves and not the mount, and it's designed to keep microwave dishes off the towers. That's my interpretation. In any event, we have asked for a variance. If you interpret to mean the antenna arrays can't be more than 4 feet, we're asking for a variance from that.
What is the dimension of that?
Well, let me first make sure we're on the same page, and then I'm going to have to probably get back to you with that question. But on sheet C5, those four rectangles are one face of the array. So it's usually a triangular array. So there'll be, you know, a triangle up there with 4 of these on each face of the triangle. I don't know the width of that array, but it's in excess of 4 feet. I can probably nail it down. It may even be elsewhere in the site plans. I just haven't looked. But none of those antennas are 4 feet wide, and that's the way I think the ordinance is supposed to be interpreted. If you feel differently,
Okay.
and that's now. Since I had my back and the plans to the audience, I'm just going to repeat that real quickly. These arrays show 4 slim rectangles there. That's one side of a triangular array up there, a triangular install. So that's one side of the triangle. None of those antennas are more than 4 wide. If you interpret the ordinance to say that the array, the full array with all 4 antennas on one side of the triangle can't be more than 4 feet, then we don't meet that standard. And we've asked for a variance. So ultimately it's going to be up to the board how they interpret it, I guess. But as I said, this is a very standard configuration what we're proposing. That section also says that you need a mast type tower, not a monopole. Again, I've seen this before. We've asked for variances and received variances this from before. A mast tower is actually very much like a monopole, only it's thinner and slimmer. The disadvantage, the big disadvantage of a mast tower is antennas, the send antennas and the receiving antennas have to be on top of each other inside the mast. Okay? So instead of taking up 10 feet, you take up 20 feet for each installation and get fewer carriers on the tower. Do you follow what I'm saying? Because here, with a monopole, you can put the antenna arrays on the outside and you have the antennas on the outside, and so they can all go at the same level. Receive and transmit. Whereas in a mast tower, they have to be on top of one another like that. So it's not as efficient for handling carriers. Again, masts are very rarely done. I mean, I've been doing this type of work for many, many, many years. I mean, I've maybe done 5 or less masts. The vast majority of towers now are monopoles. The next section deals with hazardous waste. We're not discharging any. The next one is noise. We're not going to generate noise in excess of site plan review regulations. The next one is radio frequency radiation standards. We are going to comply with all FCC regulations regarding radio frequency propagation. And finally, section 6.7.c of the ordinance requires security for removal of the facility, and we're proposing a removal bond just over $15,000. We submitted, I believe, the engineer's calculation of that figure. But again, that's a standard requirement, and we're happy to comply with that. Mr. Chair, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go through the variance criteria. I'd prefer to do that at the end once we get all the information. This is a more in-depth presentation. I've tried to keep it kind of short and sweet, so to speak.
Short it wasn't, but that's okay.
Okay, well, in my world it was short. But I apologize if I went to, but I tried to touch all the bases I could. Happy to answer any questions.
I think the board will delay its questions
Fine.
for you because we're going to have
Yep.
other meetings, and we
Yep.
want to give the public the opportunity. So you could have a seat, and we will begin the public hearing. I would like to say this. There are categories of concerns that people have, and the first one is health and safety. The second one's property values. The third one is visibility issues. What I'd like to do is take these items kind of in sequence so that it's easier for the board to understand what your concerns are. So in a moment, everyone who wishes to speak, I'm going to swear you all in as a group. And then I'll ask first for those people who have concerns on health and safety, but specifically, if you have evidence that this tower doesn't meet the FCC guidelines, then I want to hear from those particular people first. And the second group of people I want to hear from are those who have any kind of evidence that indicates that there's an effect on property values. And then after that, we're not going to take too much time. Well, I'm not planning any time at all for the visibility issues because we haven't. But after that, I want to make sure we have an opportunity for people who want to say anything else about health and safety, anything else about property values, anything else at all. But before we get started, I also want to ask, are there people who have driven here for more than an hour and will not be able to make it to a later meeting? I want to make sure that if you have come a long way and cannot come to another meeting, that you get a chance to speak tonight, whether or not you're speaking to one of those first two topics, okay? In fact, there may be very few people speaking very specifically to those first two topics, but is there anybody here that's driven for more than an hour and can't come to another meeting that needs to speak tonight? Okay, well, that's good. Okay, so then everyone who is in a position to want to speak, whether you speak tonight or not, I'd like to swear you in. If you would stand. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful, under the perjury? I do. Okay. So if it turns out that anybody who did not just get sworn in approaches the microphone later on, we can swear you in at that point. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to limit you to 3 minutes in a presentation, and then we'll have a couple of minutes if the board has questions regarding. Okay. If part of your presentation is a question to Mr. Springer, please address that to me, and we'll engage Mr. Springer. Okay. Okay. So first topic is those people who wish to speak to the health and safety issues, but have evidence that this tower may not meet the specific FCC guidelines. Is anyone in that category? Okay. Does anyone have information regarding property values affected one way or the other?
Yes.
Yeah, well, please stand up, state your name, and we'll hear your testimony.
Dow, and
Or come over to the microphone. It's because we're broadcasting this on Madison TV, and we need it for the record.
And I won't start your 3 minutes until you state your name.
oh, okay. I'm Colton Dow, and I'm an Eaton resident. When I heard about the tower, I had a few realtors come to the house and do a property assessment without the tower's, proposition. And then I added that in later and asked for an evaluation with both. Most said it was really hard to quantify the property devaluation, but there is the Association of Realtors that document up to 7 to 10% devaluation of properties within certain proximity with view. And I'm within the 1,000 feet and view directly from the property. So I think that equates to, I think I sent you guys the link to that exact research, but that's it for that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, for the record, we did receive documentation from Mr. Dow. I think, didn't we? Kate, that was, we got a letter from you.
It's in your
That's in my
packet.
packet, yeah, right.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak to property values? Okay, then what I'd like to do is open it up. Once again, I'd like to emphasize if anybody can't make it to a later meeting, then I want to give you the opportunity first. Otherwise, who would like to speak to any of these topics?
Are we open to talking about anything?
Well, no, something relative to the cell tower.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Come on up.
John Sexton, Madison, East Madison Road. First off, obviously, the only people who it appears, according to that green map, that gain any benefit pretty much are the people that live right in East Madison, and they're all right here, and they're not in favor of it. So the people who would benefit by this tower, other than just people driving through, don't want it. Everybody pretty much has Wi-Fi telephone service at their house, and he talks about the ski area, thinks the ski area has Wi-Fi service, so any customers that come to the ski area, they have cell service equally as well. So I don't think the townspeople of Madison gain anything by this. And right now, as the map sort of shows, there's only about a 8-mile difference of where you lose your cell service on 153 before you pick it up again at the other end by Stark Road. So I just personally, I don't understand why they think it's so important. It seems very little gain for something that's the neighborhood.
It's about the money.
Yeah, I know.
He's
but
not doing it out of the
I just,
yeah, but it just doesn't make sense to me that we would put this eyesore up, and when all the people of Madison that would benefit from it don't want it.
My name's Lou Gosensky. I live on King Pine Road. I agree with Mr. Sexton. Green Mountain Communications, in their communication here tonight that's been provided, said they've identified the need. No one contacted our community to ask us about the need. You know, I'm a Madison resident. I live here. The attorney doesn't live here. Congress doesn't live here. Green Mountain Corporation doesn't live here. We live here. And I don't like it when I hear someone come to a meeting with a bully pulpit and say, Congress says you've got to consider. That's fine. You've got to consider. However, your charge is to look at five variances, right? That's your charge. And I'll ask the chair just a clarifying question. The community votes on ordinances, correct?
That's correct.
Right. The people vote on ordinances. Not the people in Congress, not Green Mountain Communications, not attorneys who are paid big money by large corporations to come forth and make proposals to small towns like Madison. So please listen to the residents of Madison, the folks that live here, the folks that pay taxes here, the folks that care deeply about the community here, the folks that care deeply about the environment, the folks that care deeply about health. Yeah, you can say, ignore health. We do that in a lot of ways. But look at the number of cancers and diseases we have in this country at the stake of large business and corporations. Thank you.
Good job, man.
Good evening. My name is Dale Grossman. We live at 255 King Pine Road in Madison. We are the third closest residence to the tower, which will be about 520 feet, 540 feet. So I'm not really sure if it's a good thing. The applicant's characterization of where the lot is it's really in the neighborhood. It's right at the end of the circle. All the things west of that lot are all houses down the road. It affects that it's not really the ski area. That it's, if it was on the other side of the ski area, then you could say it was in the ski area. But it's really right by the chairlift where all your children take lessons once a week with the school system and then get off the lift. The neighborhood association and the cul-de-sac where our grandchildren and our grandchildren, and there's a cul-de-sac and there's a big piece of woods right in the middle of the cul-de-sac. We have my grandchildren and all the neighbors' grandchildren's play right in that cul-de-sac, which is about 200 feet from where the tower is going to be placed. Our town ordinances explicitly prohibit the telecommunication facility that are visible from the public roads, recreations, and abutting properties. Well, King Pine Ski Area is recreation. It's privately owned, but it's a recreation center. And your children play there, everybody skis there. Tower would be getting off the chairlift closest to the west. It's going to be sticking, it's only going to be about 140 feet from where that chairlift unloads all the kids. So it would violate all the restrictions of King Pine Road. And then you got Purity Spring Lake, which has a state boat ramp. You're going to see the tower from down there too, and that's recreation. So it's affecting people in the recreation area. If they want to put it, it's not about we're fighting against telecommunication, which everybody uses. We're fighting about where they're putting it. You know, if you want it on top, you know, you wouldn't put it on top of the school, would you? So it's the same sort of thing. And I talked to a local real estate agent, and she had sold a house in Freiburg, Maine, and said that it took a lot longer, and it really weeded out how many people were looking at the house. It was a lesser price. She didn't say any numbers, but it was a lesser price. But the big thing was it took longer and longer because less people don't want to buy a house near a cell phone tower. So like I said, it's not about opposing the telecommunications, it's about opposing where it's going. They could put it on a ridge line somewhere and you could see it. It would be better than putting it on top of a neighborhood where everybody lives. If this tower goes in, and we're the third closest house to the tower at the top of the circle, we were going to leave. We've had the house for over 50 years, 52 years. In the early 70s, we built the house and framed it and put it up ourselves. We still own it in the family, and my daughter, we were going to pass it down to my daughter, and so that because we've had a great time here. But if she does not like the idea of a cell tower and the health reasons of the cell tower, because it's the government, you know, really comes and goes with what the RF thing is. So, you know, that would really break our heart, but if the tower goes up, we are definitely selling our house.
Okay.
So we're trying to tell the board there's someone that
Okay. Thank
is
you. What was your name again?
emotionally concerned about it,
Yeah.
because we've had it so long, so
Okay.
that's our thing. Thank you.
Thank you. There were a number of you that stood up to be sworn in. Please come forward. Okay. Name?
Andy Burdell, and I live on Fox Road. Moved up here about 20 years ago, worked my ass off, paid off a house we bought on Fox Road, own it outright, and not happy about this coming in. He spent 3/4 of his time talking about visibility, visibility, visibility. He glazed over the health aspects of it from Big Gov. Never even spoke about the property value effects, which we all know. I know when I was looking for a house, I had certain criteria. One of them would never be by electrical, like large electrical poles, or even a cell tower. Who would want that in their backyard? Nobody. Nobody wants it. The convenience, fine, I get it, but not in a residential area. I'm not gonna, is Madison now going to, if property values drop, are they gonna take away and lower our taxes? You know the answer to that. No. Same thing happened in Conway. They shut down a school, taxes were supposed to drop. Taxes never dropped. In fact, taxes are going up. So he's not doing it out of the kindness of his heart. He's doing it because it's a money grab. His company is going to make money. King Pine's going to make money because it's there. They're going to get money from the cell providers. It's nothing about helping out the community. I think nobody knocked on my door. I can guarantee nobody knocked on anybody's door. It's just, this is what's going to happen. And as the gentleman said over there, to tout the whole bulliness aspect and then get, quote unquote, sorry for the quote, butthurt that somebody speaks up against it, I thought was messed up. I'm sorry I'm not as eloquent as everybody else here. I'm actually pissed off. My wife wanted to be here, she couldn't. And she agrees with me. Everybody I've spoken to agrees with me. Most people that want it aren't here full time, or they live a lot further away where it's not in their backyard. That's all I got to say.
Leslie Pritchard, I'm from Rhode Island, but I've also been up here about 50 years, and I'm here about half the time now. I agree with what people are saying. Part of the reason we are here is because of the recreational value of the area. We use the lake in the summer and the winter. I was looking through my pictures yesterday of skating across the lake 20 years ago. Looking at my pictures, take a picture of King Pine in the background with no tower on it. I was up Foss today for a walk, and I don't think it's going to interrupt the view from Foss all that much, but it will be there. It's not as they talk about, it's not the high ridge. Well, it's our ridge. It's our ridge that we've walked on almost every day when we're here. We walk to the top of King Pine and walk right across there, and it's going to be right there. I also look at the maps here about where the proposed, with the proposed site and where the coverage is going to be, and if you look at it, some of it is white and gray right before you get to, right along 153, and that's where it's supposed to be servicing, but I thought that was like, if it's white and gray, it's less service. If you, because it jumps over you or whatever. And so I'm less worried about the health, though I'm concerned about it because nobody really, I tried to research it myself, and there's not a lot, and everywhere you research it says more should be done, but and it's not being done. And then you also get the 1990s, you know, Congress, whatever they did, that thing, you see that, and well, that's a long time ago. They're trying to, even in the state of New Hampshire right now, they're trying to change some of those things. It hasn't all gone through, but just, I'm not that eloquent either. But that's one of the things I tried to look up to try to figure it out. But the recreational value of this area is what really, really concerns me. And once we change it, popping in on the top of the hill here, where the next place it's going to be. Because once you approve it there, and it might not be all that visible, it's still going to, it sets a precedent, I guess you'd say. But I don't want to, and I do use a cell phone too.
Yeah, but we don't care.
But half the time I don't care either. I don't even know where it is. But I don't know. I love Madison. I love this area. I love Eaton. And I just want it to continue to be the recreational area that it is, with the beauty that we have, the amazing beauty we have, the lakes, the low ridges, the high ridges, the cross-country trails that skirt, and there's just so much here that a lot of it's changed. We have more houses here now, a lot more houses. And I also, when we first bought the property, my parents, years ago, Milt sold him the property to, he was getting enough money to do one of the chairlifts somehow. And Milt gave me a call one night when I was out of college and just married, and said, someone is selling a lot. Do you want to buy Peakless lot? I was like, yeah. That's kind of the group you got here. We are very attached to this beautiful area. Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Hello, my name is David Case. I live on East Madison Road. And my view, when I look out east and see the sunrises and the moonrise, and I can see Foss a little bit, but I definitely don't want to see a huge tower. And that would be very upsetting. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
So I would like to direct a couple questions at Jerry Springer. This is Colton Dow from Eaton.
Okay, direct them to me and then we'll...
Okay. A couple questions I had from your presentation. The elevation of the ground at the proposed site, where was that information gathered? Is there going to be a generator? A lot of the people that, or a lot of the argument for a cell phone tower is that it provides cell phone service when the power is out. How does that happen without a generator? Does that require noise, fumes, smog, etc.? You talked about a honeycomb pattern all over everywhere, but I think that's kind of antiquated technology. I think we're kind of heading in a different direction to satellite-based phones. So it sort of seems like, you know, within a few years that's going to be old school technology. But, you know, surely once it's built, it will be there and probably not taken down. And then the height of the tower and the balloon, you mentioned 170 feet. And what I'd like to ask is, from my research, it says once you build the tower to 150 feet, they have the opportunity to add an extra 20 feet. So I'm wondering, is the 170 feet of the balloon test really just to identify the location, or is it really to kind of give you an idea of how high 170 feet is? What I'd like to also add is I hired an independent drone pilot to go to the coordinates of the proposed tower and use the elevation of the ground and fly to the top, take a 360-degree view. So that's sort of inversing the balloon test, right? So everything that I can see from the drone will be able to see the tower. There's two different elevations of ground. There's a discrepancy between this map, what Google Maps says, and a third party says. So I'd like to know exactly what they're saying the ground height is. We didn't trespass, we flew, we did the calculations. Based on their tower height, or their ground height, nothing is visible. And if you use the logic that he's mentioned, that pine needles block the use of the tower, it would make absolutely no sense to put the tower there. But if you use the ground elevation Google and my third party has determined that site is, there are several houses that are visible, including mine, like perfectly visible, other people in this crowd. So I'm curious where you get those numbers. Secondly,
there's a lot you've asked. Can I ask you to take a break and let Mr. Springer respond?
I don't think so.
Well, you can come back and continue the questioning.
Okay.
No, I'm not cutting you off.
Okay.
I just think it's unfair to put 25 questions out there.
Well, he did like a 20-minute presentation.
No, you're right about that, but I'm not saying you can't ask the question. I just want him to have a chance.
You can write them down and answer them all in a row, right? I think you're capable.
We do what he says, sir. He's the chair.
Assuming his gender.
Okay.
Give him a minute.
Sure.
You can come back up and continue your questions.
Okay.
Okay? Mr. Springer?
I gotta get out of here.
The ground elevation information comes from the site plans. That's all I can tell you at this meeting. I can nail it down or confirm it to make sure that we have the correct information, but I took the numbers tonight from the site plans.
Site plans are certified plans by a...
Stamped by an engineer, yep.
Signed by a licensed surveyor.
But yes, engineer or survey, I don't know whether, but I will confirm it. That's the best I can tell you.
Okay.
But the question was, where did I get the information? That's where I got it from. And it's on sheet. Well, it's on the site plans.
Yeah, it's on the site plans.
Generator is carrier specific. Most have generators, some do not. That's how they're able to stay working if the power goes out. What I always tell people, if the generator goes on a cell site, it's not going to be the only generator in town. You're going to have generators going on all over town. That's a fact. And I don't agree that this is antiquated technology. The tower companies and the telecommunication companies, the carriers, are putting in tremendous amounts of time and labor and capital into this technology, so I don't think satellite's going to take it over anytime soon. And I think his other two comments were, well, the height of the tall balloon we put up there to help us see the balloon during the balloon test, because we don't think it's going to be very visible during 150. Or during the balloon test at 150. That's why we're doing it that way. So.
Okay, but is it, his comment was, is it true that if you build a tower to 150, that you have an automatic extension of 20 feet to 170 by federal law?
Not by federal law, by state law. They have a one-time opportunity to increase it, but my guess would be that that's not going to happen for a while, because I think the carriers coming in are just going to take the slots on the tower.
But then you will add 20.
So.
Well,
the question was, it is possible with an
possible. Yep.
Yes. Okay.
Yep. But that's not federal law. That's state law. That's RSA 12K, I think.
Okay.
In line with that, would you be required then to come back for a second variance, or is that automatic and you don't need another variance?
We do not need another variance.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Dow, you had other questions?
Yeah, I had a couple. Colton Dow. So if you look at the map, right, it talks about all these objectives. It really doesn't provide any cell coverage for much of the road, 153. I mean, it's like tiny, tiny little sections. I think, as someone else pointed out, it mostly covers the ski area. East Madison Road hardly gets any coverage, and 153 maybe covers up to that boat launch, maybe just around the corner, which maybe covers, like, we're talking thousands of feet, not miles, of this 8-mile stretch of coverage. So it seems kind of interesting that there's this huge desire and need. I mean, maybe there is a need for cell service, right? We all do use cell phones, right? We'll concede to that, but this location, I think, it really is the problem. Second thing is the array, the ordinance that describes the array, which 6.6, I forget, but you have the ordinance.
We have that.
It specifically uses the terminology array, and actually Mr. Springer was using array up here while he was describing what he was talking about. So he's trying to say that the antenna itself should not be greater than 4 feet, but the language in the ordinance says specifically an array should not be greater than 4 feet in diameter. So I think that's pretty clear. Secondly, is there any ruling or laws about the balloon test? There seems to be another cell tower installation conversation going on in Conway. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kevin McMillan, but he is opposing a tower that was pushed through by the zoning board. One of the things that they recommend doing is a static test of height, because the balloon test can be manipulated in a lot of different ways. And one of the ways, no, it can, actually. Yeah, actually, I think they do. But one of the things I would say is they're going to install this thing with a crane. Can they just drive a crane up there? There's a road. That way there's no wind, right? Because when the wind blows, the rope is 150 feet. It doesn't take a lot of wind to do that. My other question for Mr. Springer would be, you had 2 balloon tests last month. One of them was windy, but the second day was perfectly clear. And I'm wondering why they canceled that before this meeting. Was it to kind of drive this process out longer, lose the public's interest in opposition? Because it was perfect. I documented. I took a picture from my house, perfectly clear weather, 0 wind on my weather monitor. Nothing. Like, we could have had it. We could have had that information tonight. You know, so when you drive these things out longer and longer, the public support kind of wanes, because we can't always be here at every meeting all the time. So it is sort of a tactic that these companies will use to kind of lower public opposition. Thank you.
If I may, the size of the coverage is an issue. The size of the coverage footprint, I would agree with that. But think about it. That's the coverage we get from 150 feet, which is way above what your ordinance allows. If you don't if you think the coverage from this site at 150 is small, try running it at the permitted height, I think, of 10 feet over a tree canopy or something like that. It's minuscule. That's the issue. So we're doing the best we can. Yes, we're trying to bring coverage to the ski area, but we look at that stretch of 153 as a fairly significant portion of 153 for that area. And the problem is if you want coverage at 153 at some point in this city, in this town's future, you're going to have to put a site between those 2 ridges. That's either that or you're not going to have coverage. And it's no answer to say, in my opinion, well, it doesn't provide enough coverage along 153 when we're asking for a height variance so we can provide even that amount of coverage. You were going to say something, Ms. Schilling.
So you cited the fact that imagine what the coverage would be at the 10 feet above the canopy.
Right.
Do you have that data?
No. It's going to be significantly less.
Significantly less is an objective term. It's not subject to
I will be happy to run a plot at 10 feet above tree level.
Thank you.
All right. Regarding the antenna array, the actual language says, it does say antenna array, but this is why it's ambiguous, because then it goes on to say exclusive of the mount. And the antenna array is really a mount for the antennas. You have the monopole, you have the array, which is a mount, and then you have the antennas on the mount, on the array. So I agree, it says the antenna array. It doesn't say antenna, but it doesn't say, in my opinion, it's ambiguous. I don't want to beat this point into the ground, but it's exclusive of the mount. And the mount, in my opinion, includes what those antennas are sitting on, which is the triangular face, if you will. Now, it's up to you guys. I won't belabor the point, but that's the issue, in my opinion. As a balloon test versus a crane, it's very difficult crane to tower height on the tower location, the exact location. That's why virtually everybody uses a balloon. I'm well aware what's going on in Conway. I'm well aware of Mr. McMillan. I would anybody from relying on McMillan says about the balloon. I'm getting into it more than that. We filed pleadings. The town disputes what Mr. McMillan says in a way. I dispute what Mr. McMillan says in Conway. Caution anybody from relying on what he says. So,
do you know why the balloon test was canceled on the second day?
Oh, we thought it was going to be bad weather. I mean, we don't want to draw this process for, trust me. We really don't. And I know people behind me are not going to believe anything I say. We did our best. We thought it better to, call it off rather than take the risk that weather was going to be bad and, people were going to be out looking for it and it was going to be a big mess. So, yeah.
One question for you. We talk about above tree level. Have you got actual documentation of how high the trees actually are? Not just the highest one. Yeah. What is the mean tree level there?
I would have to look at my materials. I think I discussed that. I don't know it off the top of my head. I will say this. I think the ordinance your ordinance says you have to measure all trees above a certain height, which I think is 20 feet. Yes. The ordinance defines average tree canopy height as the average height found by inventorying the height at above ground level of all trees over 20 feet in height. Problem is, a 20-foot high tree, there are many of those on any lot. You get one 100-foot tree. The average of that in 3 20-foot saplings is whatever it is, 50 feet or something like that. You're not even above the top of the trees.
I understand, but I said mean, not average. It's a little different.
Well,
it is.
But go ahead.
It's really about it. I live in the woods.
Yeah.
There are little trees, big trees. There are tall, skinny trees. There are all sorts of trees. We know that. What I want to know is, or what I want to know is what the average pine tree, for example, is up there. They're the tallest trees. We're in King Pine, they are pines. So there might be some trees that are 120, no. There might be some that are 15. I know that brings that down. But I think I personally feel you should take a line of the lower trees, a line of the higher trees, and find out what the middle ground is at.
Okay, but I guess my point...
They grow, and they go down.
Right, but whether you use the average mean, if you're measuring everything, if you're putting everything over 20 feet in that mix, the number is going to be an artificial number that bears no reality to the average canopy, the actual canopy.
So bearing reality seems like a good idea.
What's that?
Find what the actual kind of visual reality is.
Well, the balloon test is going to do that, I think.
Thank you.
Okay.
Former math teacher, mean and average are the same thing. Excuse me. Couple of things. One,
excuse me, for our benefit.
George Epstein. Yes.
Thanks, even though we know you.
No, a famed far away. Just a couple of observations. Disappointed in the testimony from the attorney. Seems misleading. He made a point, no wastewater is being discharged and so on. He also said there'd be no noise, there'd be no fumes, and when the issue of a generator was brought up, clearly those are outputs that would result from generators, and however many generators there are, depending upon how many different telephone companies are being represented. The 150 feet and then the 20-foot additional balloon, it was clearly meant to mislead us. The 170 feet is there to show us what the actual tower height will ultimately be when the money is worthwhile for doing that. So I felt the presentation was inaccurate and misleading. My primary reason for being here is to try to see that the town's ordinances are being followed as aggressively as possible, that we really pursue the will of the people. And so I'd like you folks, if you wouldn't mind, to take a minute and explain under what conditions you can grant this and when you must grant a variance, and help us to understand what your decision-making process will be going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I can do that. Some members of the public may not be aware of the details of that. Just a second, I have my notes here. I have a, oh, here.
We have a lot of paper.
So, a variance, there are very, very rare situations in which a variance must be granted. Okay, there are some situations where we can grant something a must. That would be a special exception if it meets all the criteria. We must grant that. But a variance has to meet 5 criteria. And those 5 criteria are the first and second are very similar, and one is a variance will not be contrary to the public interest, and the ordinance is observed, and the criteria for those 2 things are basically the same. It does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, and it does not threaten the health, safety, or general welfare of the public. So if the proposed project or variance request can be shown to be an essential alteration of the character of the neighborhood, well then it does not meet that criteria. The third criteria is that substantial justice is done. Substantial justice is based both toward the applicant as well as the public. And the statement there that is used to assess that is any loss to the individual or the applicant in this case, which is not outweighed by a gain to the public as an injustice. So the point being that if an applicant asks for something that is inconsequential to the public, then there's no reason we shouldn't grant it. The same way we said if the public gains from it significantly, then there would be a reason that substantial justice is done in both directions. So the fourth criteria is that the values of the surrounding properties are not diminished. And the fifth one is that literal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship to the applicant. For basically, in order to establish that, one thing is we determine that the unique characteristics of the property where the variance is requested have to give a situation where if we don't grant the variance, it results in a hardship to the applicant. When we're talking about something like this that has a benefit to the public, it's also gets a little bit mushy because who's benefiting from it and who's not. But you get the picture here is that it has to deal with the characteristic here that's critically important is that the unique characteristic of the property itself, relates to this. So a location in this case would be a critical issue. Now, location is not something that the Board of Adjustment addresses in a direct sense. But in the indirect sense, we have, of course, to take that into account. The other thing that is that the purpose of the variance has to be a reasonable one. So if it's a reasonable request, then that means that if we don't grant it and it is a reasonable request, then it creates a hardship for the applicant. So those are the 5 criteria: hardship, property values, substantial justice, and that the ordinance is observed and that the variance is not contrary to public interest. Those are the 5 criteria. They are somewhat subjective, but we do our best to hold them. And if I might just, to step aside from a controversial issue, just to describe just very briefly how that works in another situation. If you had, for example, a lot that is small in comparison to the size of the lot that's required in Madison, and you had a big boulder in the middle of it, and you wanted to put your house and your septic tank on that lot, and they both fit, but they don't meet the dimensional requirements for the setback from the border, well then, if you go through these 5 criteria, in most cases in Madison, you would find that, well, the neighbors all have similar lots, and you're building a house that's similar to your neighbors. You get where I'm going with this, is that it makes sense that a one-size-fits-all ordinance in a specific situation creates a hardship for the individual or doesn't do substantial justice. So that's where most cases are pretty simple for us, actually, but, you get into situations like this that are difficult for us all. George.
Just one quick follow-up. Does a project need to meet all 5 criteria in order to be eligible for a variance?
The answer is yes, it must meet all 5 criteria. If it does not meet all 5 criteria, then the board is justified in denying the variance. Now, the thing that the board can do is that the board can grant a variance with a condition. So, for example, if we see it's obvious that we could allow the variance on one particular point that it doesn't meet, but if there was a certain condition met, that would be fine. For example, if the height variance wasn't met but the house is in the forest, and we could say, well, okay, on the condition that it doesn't exceed 40 feet instead of 35. That's so we do have some leeway in allowing a limited adjustment.
And the ordinances the town voted in this particular case do not have special exception criteria. So under no circumstances are you obligated to approve this variance if it fails to meet those 5 criteria, those 5 standards, because there's no specific set of exception criteria that you would then that you would have to follow. Is that correct?
What you're asking is, does the cell tower application meet the criteria, the category of a special exception? The answer is no. I don't believe so. Right? No.
Thank you.
No.
My name is Dale Grossman. I have a question, if you could ask this question.
Sure.
We wanted to know if Purity Springs Resort is the one that applied for this application, right? It was turned down by the building inspector, and someone on King Pine had requested that they wanted this cell tower there.
I'm not sure I understand your question. I will answer. The application to the Zoning Board of Adjustment came from GMR
okay.
Holdings. Okay, now I don't know the history of that particular thing.
Okay,
so do you want to address that?
I just want to know if there is anybody from Purity Springs Resort that could get up and talk and answer the question is, how many people on the executive board of the corporation want the cell tower?
Is there anyone here from Purity Springs?
No.
No. So we...
Is it perhaps we could request that someone come to the next meeting and address that?
Let's see, from Purity Springs. Sure, I mean, we can request someone to come. I'm not sure I understand the intent of the question, though. I mean, the point is, from the Zoning Board of Adjustments perspective, we have an application for a series of variances for a project that's on Purity Springs.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And so we want to know if someone that represents Purity Springs Resort, we want to know how many of their board members, because there's board members that vote on these things, want the cell tower. Since they're the ones that are going to get the most out of the cell tower, they should step forward and tell us what they think. How many board members want the tower? There's a reason.
Okay,
There's
yeah,
a reason
well-
I'm asking this, because I know some of the board members.
Well, you could also, as a,
So they should,
As-
even there is someone from here, from Purity Springs, that they're not getting up. So,
the citizen, you can certainly ask them to come represent themselves. I mean, as a board, we're neutral on this. I mean, I'm not going to go out and
Yeah.
ask for it. If he doesn't come to represent his opinion, he's hired an agent to do that. And that's the most that I can.
okay, I understand.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's the most you can do. Okay.
However, I mean, I appreciate your question completely. I think it's a good question, and I think that it would be very appropriate for you, or the citizens, to ask the board to come and represent their. I mean, it's obvious we haven't had an opinion here from anyone who supported the cell tower.
Peter Dow, Eaton the Butter. I'm against this tower for many reasons. One is the fact that they said they're going to fly a balloon at 170 feet clearly means that it will be at 170 feet at some point. And I just think the zoning board should stand by all the rules that the people in your town voted for by not ruining your pristine environment around here by a horrible looking tower. Towering, 40, 50 feet, 60 feet above the tree line. And yeah, I just want you guys to stick to the rules, stick to what your town voted for. You put these rules in place for a reason, to stop this from happening. So I would just beg you to stick by the rules of the town. Thank you.
John Sexton again. I know he made it very clear, you can't reject it because of possible health environments, because the studies haven't been done to the extent to prove that this stuff is good or bad for you. It's interesting to know the history of that. Yes, the cell companies put through these acts through Congress, so you can't turn them down for those reasons. Studies were in the early 90s, and many of them, as somebody mentioned, all came to the same conclusion. It looks like the radiation from these towers may cause cancer or some other things. But more research needed to be done. And then, since the mid-90s, no research has been done. Part of that is because of the lobbies that the cell companies send to Washington to, I believe, the last report was in excess of $100 million they pay lobbyists to make sure that the government doesn't fund any more research as to the possible effects of the radiation on the general population. An analogy might be the tobacco companies back in the 50s and 60s trying to make it seem like cigarettes were healthy and not a problem. They too did all the same stuff. So, just a thought.
Did you wish to speak?
Just a couple clarifying questions.
Name?
Damon Steer, the Common Daily Sun. The first question is for the board. I was wondering if the board could just go over the locations of the photographs that you want taken. Some of them were kind of unclear to me.
Oh, you want a clarification on what the locations were where we asked for those photographs during the balloon test to be taken?
Correct.
Okay.
We can have Kate read it back from the minutes.
Kate, can you read those back?
Thank you.
Would you send them to him?
And I didn't hear your name. I heard Conway Daily Sun.
Damon Steer.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, you caught me on Facebook.
I have them all written down.
I do. We have to go
Could we
through.
just email them to you instead of reading them?
Okay.
Well, yes, we can do that for him, but is there any other members of the public that want to hear that list again? If nobody expresses a particular interest, then we will then contact the office. We'll give you the list in writing.
All right, great. Thank you. The other question about the sides of the array, I heard something about it being triangular, but also having 4 sides. I wasn't sure how that worked, but I'm not a geometry genius.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Springer. Mr. Springer to explain how that array is constructed.
I'm not a mathematician either, but it's a triangular array. If you look at the full set of site plans in the office, you'll see it's a triangular array.
If you look from the top.
If you look from the top, yeah.
There was a 4th side? Or
No, there's 3 sides. It's triangular, but each side has 4 panels.
Okay, thanks.
A maximum of 4 panels. Some may only put 2 up to begin with, but yeah, it's a maximum of 4 panels.
Not part of that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Colton Dow. One thing I wanted to say to Jennifer's point, actually at that tower location, there's not a lot of low trees. So the average street height would not be really skewed by that. These are huge pines that basically have wide open underneath. I mean, to the point that there's a disc golf course and all this other stuff. There's not a ton of short trees. And we measured the trees. They're about 85 to 90 feet tall. So 150-foot towers can be quite higher.
50 feet, in round figures, 50 feet plus above the
tree line.
Above the tree line.
Oh yeah, in terms of recreation, I mean, there is the disc golf course that's recently put in there, and you know, to kind of touch on Dale and just having these things, I think there's an ordinance that is sort of explicit in saying that they shouldn't be sited in view of recreational areas, private or public. So I would just put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, I'm Mark Fonts. I live on Go Hill Road, which is off of the east end of East Madison Road. And I wanted to speak to the health and safety. I know you don't want to go into details about that too much, but I do have 2 instances that I think might be helpful to the board. My wife and I moved here in 2017. And she was in Portland one evening in mid-March of 2018 and headed home, and it was raining when she left Portland. By the time she got to Freedom, it was a wet, heavy, disgusting mess on the roads. And by the time she got to King Pine, the roads were almost impassable. She made it up East Madison Road, almost to Fox Road, and that's as far as she could get. And her cell phone did not work at that point. And on an evening like that, needless to say, there weren't a lot of people out on the road. She waited for about 45 minutes until a Madison police officer happened to be patrolling in the area. And he picked her up and gave her a ride up to our house. He had a 4-wheel drive vehicle. Same thing happened not too far from the little farm that's on 153, that used to be a farm. It's not anymore. They had a storefront out there and sold bread and such. Littlefield Farm, yes. Not too far north of Littlefield Farm, where snowy evening, she was coming home from work. She works in North Conway. She was coming home in the evening, and a snowplow came by in the opposite direction. She ended up in the ditch and was in a place where, again, she had no cell phone coverage, probably only 3/4 of a mile from where it happened the first time. And luckily, there was a neighbor who came out, got his truck out, pulled her truck out of the ditch, but she had cell phone coverage, could not call me, could not call for help. And so, you know, it may not be an opinion that is terribly well approved of by this bunch here tonight, but I believe this is needed for public safety. Thanks.
And what's your name again?
My name is Mark Fonts.
Okay.
Yeah, would you offer your property to them?
Yeah, I was going to actually.
Good. Okay, well,
Yeah.
there's an alternative.
Yeah,
This is
yeah. The only thing is, it won't hit down here, but it would service the village.
That'd be great. Be awesome.
And the mountain.
So we can have two, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, why don't I put up one and we'll have three,
Great.
okay?
Can I just speak to the radiation? Because maybe I don't understand, but if cell phone towers emit radiation, what happens when we put this to our head?
That's what it does, it radiates your head. Do your homework.
But you can shut it off.
Just
do your homework, there's people that have...
curious.
You may speak if you wish.
I'm Mary Lou Dow. I own my own business. It's called
Say your name again?
Mary Lou Dow. I own A Better Body, A World of Health. And I've been in this business for 40 years. And I don't care what anybody says about these cell phone towers, that they don't have the studies. There are a lot of studies. A lot of people don't do their homework, okay? And I think it is really important for people to do some research. Find it. This is not going to be good going forward. What happens when we have 6G, 7G? We have children on this mountain all day long. We have people out enjoying this beautiful environment. This is really, really concerning to me, and to my neighbors, and to my family, and to the people that come to King Pine to have fun outside and inside. This should not be because everybody needs phone service. King Pine is a beautiful little resort. The reason we moved here was because it wasn't a pretentious place. It's a sweet place. And you know, quite honestly, what I think is when they come to King Pine, they should leave their phones at home and start to play and start to talk and start to intermingle and hike and bike and be active and be healthy. This is not my opinion, but I want everyone in this room tonight, when they leave, to start to read about what this does. I don't care where you find it, and if we have to call Congress and we have to call our government, we will. I will. Thank you very much.
Hi, I want to thank you for, I'm Lou Gosetsky, I live on King Pine Road. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I appreciate that. I attended the last public hearing. We couldn't speak, and I understand why, so I appreciate your time and your listening to everyone. To this man's point, I respect his opinion. I've been up at Gove Hill quite a bit, and most of the houses on Gove Hill, and I think your house is the same, looks at that beautiful view over at the Notch. Not facing the tower, where we live, but that beautiful view of the Mount Washington Range in the Notch. With regard to some things that Mr. Epstein said tonight, and I agree with him, I think the company that's made this proposal has been less than truthful in terms of the future impact, in terms of the view, and how that can impact our view. And I find it quite interesting that this company, Green Mountain Communications, is just so impassioned about helping the residents of Madison. When you look at page 7 of their report, they call us Madison, Maine. And so I find it quite fascinating that they're really concerned about the folks that live here in town. A man who's owned a house for over 50 years who has to get up. That, to me, serves the public interest. Someone who's invested in this community for years, paid taxes for years. Other folks that just built a house that want to participate in Madison's recreation and give back to the town. And so, to me, it's just fascinating that we have these outside entities coming into Madison and saying to us, well, they don't even know the town is in New Hampshire, saying to us that, we're here to help you. We're here to do the best thing for you. And frankly, I don't envision many Madison residents benefiting from this. I think, look at all the money, follow the money. There's going to be places outside of Madison, tied into the honeycomb, if you want, that benefit tremendously on our backs. So again, I made my point, and I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening.
We have a few minutes left before we have to change to our other agenda points. I appreciate the fact that we've had good participation and a very, for the most part, congenial presentation. Does anyone else wish to speak before I close this part of the hearing?
Can I ask one more question?
Certainly.
Yeah, King Pine Road has a bridge at the bottom of that. Is that under anybody's radar and how they would erect it, whether it would be Hello erected or Crane? And Crane erect. So maybe understanding how heavy the crane is to cross the bridge on King Pine Road.
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question. That's not something that we can address tonight. I mean,
it's just something to think about, especially for a board.
Well, and your point was that the bridge is not capable of handling the equipment, or what?
I don't know if the bridge is capable of handling the equipment, but it seems like the town shouldn't afford a foreign, a huge company to degrade the road systems in the neighborhood. If the bridge wasn't capable of, I mean, these cranes are huge, 132,000 pounds. They need special permits to drive anywhere. So it would be worth at least asking the question, will the bridge handle the crane? Thank you.
Okay.
Still Damon Steer at the Conway Daily Sun. Is there, just before you wrap this up, will there be a date certain this is continued to?
Well, we will continue this till next month for certain, and but I can't guarantee that we will make decisions in March.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But do you have a date, like the date?
A date certain, yeah, March 19th.
March 19th, thank you.
Is it March 19th? Yes, March 19th, 6 p.m. Here. I can't guarantee it'll be the first item on the agenda, but March 19th. Yeah, it will be on the agenda, right. So, okay, last chance. Go ahead.
I just have a procedural question. You
Yes.
didn't swear me in, but if the zoning board...
She didn't get sworn in, she just said.
Oh, let me swear you in, even though you're just asking a question. Just a second. Do you swear that the testimony you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay. What's your question?
So if
and your name?
Deny the variances... Donna Kosinski, King Pine Road.
Okay, fine.
Sorry. If you deny the variances, what is the next step? Is that the end of it?
No, because we're only one step in the process. If we denied all the variances, which is civil, but of course at this point the board is neutral on that question. But if we did deny them all, then the applicant has several options. One of those options is to redesign the project. Another option would be to go to the planning board and ask for other locations. that might result in them coming back to us for variances at other locations. So, as I tried to indicate at the beginning, the zoning board is not the final decision in this process. The planning board has something to say, and of course, code enforcement as well. Although that's mostly behind the scenes, but it's real.
And at the next zoning board meeting, then, how will that run? Will you be discussing it, or will it be another hearing?
Well, we will open it with another public hearing, certainly. We will receive the report of the balloon test from Attorney Springer and his company. We will receive the report from our independent engineer. And then we will continue public hearing as long as there's public hearing to be done. And at that point, we will assess whether or not we're capable of beginning deliberations. Or, I can't say right now whether we will continue again into April, but that is a possibility.
All right, good, thank
now,
you.
But for the record, we do have a so-called shot clock on this. That is, there's a state 90-day requirement for us to make a decision, but we will probably not make that deadline. But there's the normal thing for cell phone towers is 150 days. So normally what happens is that the agent signs an agreement that we can bypass the 90 days in order to make the 150. And so the 150 began when the application was submitted in mid-December. So you can just figure that's the absolute maximum time we're allowed to take to make a decision.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yes, and then that's fine. Then we're going to have to.
So there was, what's his name?
Mr. Dow?
Yes.
Dale.
Dale asked to have someone represent someone at King Pine on the board. Stephen Hoyt was sitting right behind us, and he never came forward to say anything. So is this project for King Pine, or is it for the community? And what are our options? There are other options. Starlink is one. Okay, we have other options. We have Wi-Fi. If this is so important, why didn't he get up and talk? I don't know. It doesn't seem to me like this is a community effort. This seems like a very isolated situation for King Pine. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Springer, do you have any last comments?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Yeah. No. Okay. So if that's the case, then what I'd like to do, because it's 8 o'clock, and members of the public have been gracious in your response to the thing this evening, I'd like to entertain a motion to continue this case until 6 p.m. on March 19th in this room.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Aye. All in favor? Aye. Okay, so this case is continued until March 19th in this room at 6 o'clock. Okay. Yes, we'll take just a brief stand-up break, 2-3 minutes for those who wish to depart, and anyone who's here for the short-term rental cases, please come on up forward.
Next day more fun. You get to go home now. Lucky you.
Yeah, George.
Legal action associated with the STR issue, or these
We're going to be dealing, well.
What's that? I will write the notes.
Oh, that's not a fair question.
No, it's a fair question.
The first one I told you that was.
Yeah, no, well, we are going to deal We're going to get started here again.
And I just had it set this morning. Yeah, I'm having a rough time.
Okay, just for general information, we have one case which was heard by the Superior Court. We have two cases which we asked to be remanded from the Superior Court. They're all very similar in their situation. We have 4 additional cases that are similar in that they address questions of grandfathering, and we have 4 cases which address uniquely the situation as people who've tried to rent after the change in 2022. So we are going to work for 2 hours towards all of these cases, and we'll get as far as we can. And what we don't finish by 10 o'clock, we will continue until March. So we will start with case 2313. I'd like to ask, Mr. Johnson is agent of record for all of these cases as of yet, although if some of the houses have been sold, and if that's not the case anymore, then that's when we get to that. Yeah, that's fine. So what I'd like to ask is, we don't need to reopen these. These cases are already open, right? We don't need to go through.
Well, we did new noticing.
Yeah, we did re-noticing? Yeah. Okay, so we just started. Okay, so we just start like we normally. Okay, so then this is 2313. Kate, would you read the notices?
Is this on, Joe? Okay. Case 2313. Purpose of this hearing is for the Madison Zoning Board of Adjustment to consider a remand from the Hillsborough Superior Court, North District, by court order dated December 18th, 2024. Said court order granted the applicants Chad and Brittany Ardenazzi and Aaron and Tiffany Kleinmeyer's appeal and reversed the Madison Zoning Board of Adjustment's decision dated May 15, 2024 concerning the property owned by the applicants located at 13 Lucerne Drive, Madison, New Hampshire, tax map 103, lot 60. This hearing is for the Zoning Board of Adjustment to determine whether or not circumstances exist to allow short-term rental of the property. The certified mails went out on February 11th, 2025, posted in the post offices, Silver Lake and Madison on the same date, and also on the website, as well as went into the Conway Daily Sun on the same date of February 11th.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just forward quickly for any conflict of interest on this case. Jennifer, no?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so our 5-member board is clear of conflict of interest. Waiver request in this case is irrelevant because this case has already gone to court and come back. Regional impact, does anyone think there's any change in regional impact?
No.
No, okay. So at this point, let me just ask, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this case other than Attorney Johnson? Okay, when we get to that point, then let me swear you in. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Johnson, would you summarize the arguments for us briefly, and then we will address.
Thank you, and thank you for your time in this matter. So in the art of zoning matter, as Chair, as you articulated, there was a decision adverse to my client. We appealed to the Superior Court. The judge entered a decision that's now a final decision. In my mind, setting the landscape, at least legally, the court ruled that the baseline analysis has to be driven off of the March 22 zoning ordinance amendment, and then the question relative to grandfathering status is, was there use as a short-term rental prior to March of 2022 and thereafter, and that we would submit that if that evidence is there, then the applicant is entitled to a order from the ZBA terminating the cease and desist, or the start of the administrative action initiated by the code enforcement officer, and that my client would be allowed to continue to use the property as they had prior to the March 22 zoning ordinance change by using it as a short-term rental when they, for the periods they wanted to use it as a short-term rental. And we believe the Superior Court order settles the law issue that the measuring stick is March of 2022, because the court found that short-term rentals were a permitted use under the Madison zoning ordinance prior to the change in March of 2022.
Right, so what we understand from that is that the status of a pre-existing non-conforming use has been established and underscored by the court. Right, okay.
And I would just, on that issue, I would note that even the notice of decision, that in the findings of fact, the board after its first round of hearings, this case said there is solid evidence presented that the house has been in continuous use as a short-term rental since July of 2017. So I'd submit the ZBA has already made all the predicate findings from the prior decision to simply reverse its prior decision and the potential administrative enforcement action against my client and allow them recognize that they are pre-existing non-conforming use and are allowed to continue to use the property as a short-term rental if they so choose.
Yes, and what the board will discuss tonight is the assumption on a pre-existing non-conforming use is that the use can't be expanded, so we'll address the question as to how much, the house was rented. That the decision of the board then as what it is. But you have submitted evidence to that
Correct.
fact, so we'll have that discussion. So we'll in a moment. So, are there any other questions directly at the moment for Mr. Johnson? Okay, thank you for the moment. Oh, sorry.
Do you want to ask him to summarize that evidence of prior use?
Are you in a position, would you like to summarize that?
It's already been in the record that it's been consistently, and they were charged. I mean, I think the ZBA already has it. We presented.
We have that.
Presented charged printouts history of usage,
right,
going back to 2017.
Right, and I reviewed that this afternoon, and if you're in agreement, I believe the highest number of rentals was approximately 60. So, I mean, if the board will have a discussion, but the point is that,
And the board, obviously, the board's free to do whatever they want. I would submit that when it's existing non-conforming use, it's a pre-existing non-conforming use. I'm not aware of any law that lets the ZBA then pick a number of days that they can use. This is a use. It was the court has said that it's a pre-existing use. It was permitted to be a short-term rental beforehand. I think the fact that it shows that it's used beforehand allows for it to be a pre-existing use, but I would contest any position or decision by the ZBA to say they can, in my mind, arbitrarily pick a date over which you could not do more than a certain amount of days under a pre-existing use analysis. I don't think there's any case law or any Supreme Court cases that get into that issue, and so I don't know that our position, at least, is the ZBA does not have that authority to do that, but obviously that's our position.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing. We had two people who wish to speak. Do you wish to be sworn in? Did you want to say something? Okay, so you swear that the testimony you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under the penalty of perjury? Okay.
Okay, John Cancelarich, Melrose, Massachusetts, but I have a house in Edelweiss, and this is regarding Edelweiss. And I'm not sure exactly, I have just arguments against why I think that it shouldn't be. Is that still acceptable, against why it shouldn't be considered an SDR at this time? Can you bring evidence? Is that...
Well, the reality is that the court has made a decision, and I can summarize that decision very briefly here.
So you guys cannot go against that decision to stop them from being an SDR?
At this point, we cannot.
So, okay. So any testimony I make mine was based on, I don't really think that, I'll state it's not that long.
But if you want to state it for a couple of, a minute or so, that's fine.
Yeah.
Your opinion as a member of the public is welcome, but we are obligated to act in accordance with the court's direction.
Okay. Okay. So I thought the court's, the language is so much different than language in the Conway and Portsmouth ordinance. The material evidence is basically business, commercial enterprises, and agricultural use are permitted, are prohibited. And so, yes, even if you agree that the dwelling unit's correct, it can still be prohibited because it's a business or commercial use. And I go in explaining how it is a business and commercial use and how, because he has a legal binding contract with Airbnb and that they're providing services and it's agreed upon in the terms and conditions of guest service fees are being paid here, that there is, as our ordinance are written on commercial use, there is a sale of service going on at this location, which is prohibited in our ordinance.
Well, we appreciate your opinion. I will just read from the court's statement that the plaintiffs receive financial compensation for renting out the property does not transform an otherwise residential use of the property by the actual occupants into a commercial one. So they completely eliminate that argument, and that's...
No, they don't, actually, because commercial use by...
Excuse me.
Sorry.
The court has spoken, and we can no longer debate that issue.
I understand.
Okay.
And I just want to comment back to you. We define what commercial use is. Their definition of commercial use is not our definition of commercial use, because our definition of commercial use is explicitly written that commercial use is any use involving in part or in whole the sale of merchandise, materials, or services. That is exactly how it's written. So their interpretation of commercial use is not, this is our interpretation. And he didn't apply it, but I'm not going to argue. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and I don't mean to be...
No, I understand. And whether we agree with you or whether we agree with the court is irrelevant at this point.
Thank you. I do appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me talk.
Yeah.
I'm Paul McKenna. I realize what you told us, that you're going by the court's decision. But there's something else that you've got to understand. The people of Madison voted against this by putting money in a coffer to go against STRs. Everybody's talked about what the public wants. That's what the public wants. When it came time for the appeal, you guys stated that you talked to the selectmen and that they weren't going to go along with an appeal. They weren't going to back that. They more or less took your vote away from you by doing that. I don't know if that was the correct procedure. You guys unanimously voted every one of them down. You also voted all the appeals down unanimously, because in plain logic, the way that ordinances are written, you did it the right way. If there's any way we can, you've already said you're not going to go against the decision of the court, so I'm really speaking to the choir, but the people of Madison and the way it was done with that appeal, I believe you honestly should have appealed it. You should have dropped it right back into the hands of the selectmen. Then it would be their decision. That's the way the procedure is supposed to be. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, if there's no other comment from the public, then we will move to close the public hearing and commence our deliberation. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So,
Second.
Okay, all in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye, okay, that's unanimous. Okay, so at this point, this is a public meeting. You are more than welcome to listen, but we'll have no more comment from the public. What we have in front of us is the question of how to address, first of all, the court has reversed our decision on quite specifically the fact that we had said that the ordinance in 2015 did not allow for commercial use, and the court reversed that, allowing the, as Mr. Johnson already said, allowing the status of pre-existing non-conforming use to stand. So the question is whether or not our ordinance allows for an expansion of that. In other words, we simply say, well, okay, it's pre-existing use, he can use as much as he wants. If he wants to rent it out 365 days a year, that's fine. Or our ordinance says, well, we can't expand that. That was the argument that we were discussing. And if it can't be expanded, I would suggest we take a figure that's approximately the usage which they've had, and we can be on the generous side. So like I said, I think I counted the maximum number of days was 57, and we can say 60 or 70 days a year. That doesn't really matter as much. It's really more a matter of the principles. Can a pre-existing use be expanded? So, comments from the board?
No.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to go about this, to give them what they have been renting, approximately days, and they can go forward with that, if I'm carrying it right.
Is it fair to ask Mr. Bolt if that's a fair interpretation of our ordinance, that the limitation is based on non-expansion of the use, or is that a stretch of the ordinance?
I'll ask you a question and answer the question. Do you want me to give my opinion in public?
Yes.
If I give it in public, it's
public.
It's public.
Right.
I believe you can, that it is valid to have a pre-existing non-conforming use that has been of a certain type or nature to remain within that type or nature. And that your ordinance would support that, but I think more importantly, case law will support that. I respectfully disagree with Attorney Johnson. But can I say that there is a short-term rental case directly on point? No. So it is a, I liked your approach of you look at the evidence and consider, okay, what is a reasonable amount with the evidence that's before you on a particular case, and base it on that evidence.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Okay, so I heard a couple of board members have mentioned that they thought that was a reasonable approach. I had suggested a number. Like I said, there's no problem erring on the side of being generous. Excuse me, I was. I was looking for. Yeah, the rental history. Here we go. Sorry, I was looking for the evidence that I added up this afternoon, and I believe. Oops, that's the wrong one. I wrote that. That is the. Maybe I. I wonder if I left that one. Well, I haven't, but I had noted it here.
Right here. Drew.
Oh, I've got it.
Do you want this?
Well, the trouble was that I went through it this afternoon and counted all the days, and I obviously must have had
left it home.
2 copies of it apparently in my file and left the other one at home. Oh, no, wait a minute. Here it is. Sorry.
You got it?
Mm-hmm. So I did have 2 copies. Okay, so the largest number of days that I counted was 53. Yeah, 54 in 2017. So like I said, I don't have a problem if we do something like 70 or even 80. I mean, the point is,
I have one question on that. Our ordinance obviously allows renting, sorry, turn this on, allows renting for 30 days in our current ordinance. So would we limit it, if we included a third rental in that, someone rented it for a month, they couldn't do a second month if it was only, say, 54 days?
Oh, no, this refers only to short-term rentals under 30 days.
Under 30 days,
So,
okay.
yeah, so if he rented it for 6 months, that's not an issue because that's not prohibited by the...
Or a month. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah,
That was
no.
for me. Thank you.
But we should include that in the wording, though,
Please.
because that could be
Yeah, there was a
confused.
there
Right,
was a
no,
little-
exactly,
yeah.
because 2 days.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, okay, what's the proposal?
65.
65, 70 days?
I would suggest 10 or 15% over what the previous was, rather than some arbitrary number.
Oh, well, okay, well, the percentage is also somewhat arbitrary.
But if it's a percentage we agree on, we can apply it to other cases as well.
Oh, okay, all righty. So 53 was the highest, I want to go 15% above that. And that implies only to short-term rentals, not to rentals over 30 days.
Correct.
Correct. So, let's see, so then you get your cell phone out, would you multiply 15% times 53? And add it together, and then we'll come up with a number.
61.
So that,
Would we use 50?
61. Okay, all righty. So then, all right, so just a matter of procedure, do we need to bring forward the statements of fact from the previous case, or can we simply act on this as it is? I mean, with this case we already have a record.
sure, you can technically bring it forward for the reasons stated in the decision of whichever date, coupled with the court's decision and the evidence of number of days presented previously. You are making a motion to reverse the code enforcement officer's decision of whatever that date was, with the condition of allowing short-term rental for 1 days, something like that, if that's the consensus
For this particular property.
for this particular property. Because again, you're basing it on the evidence that has been presented to you and agreed to here today.
Right, okay, so that, our decision was in the minutes of May 15th, 2024. So we want to bring forward the record on case 23, 23 or 24?
2313.
2313. And then, okay, so Kate, let's catch the wording there. Did you catch similar to what Chris just said, or shall we repeat it?
Well, we didn't make a
Yeah.
formal motion.
No, we haven't made it. That's what we're in the process of doing. First of all, let's bring forward the record from May 2024 on case 2013. And then we move to acknowledge the court's decision in reversing our decision to deny the appeal,
To acknowledge the court's decision in,
reversing
ZBA's denial.
and the code enforcement.
ZBA's denial of the code enforcement.
Well, no,
Denial of the
the denial of the appeal.
Reversing the ZBA's denial of the appeal. Okay.
Mhm.
With the condition of,
Well, granting the status of pre-existing non-conforming use. To be limited to 61 days a year,
61 short-term rental days.
short-term rental days a year. Okay? That seem, is that wording good enough? Okay.
61 days.
Okay, so can you read that for the board, and then we can consider voting on it?
All right, so.
To read it
Well, the decision in the May 15th, 2024, to bring forward the record, case 2313, the ZBA moves to acknowledge the court's decision in reversing the ZBA's denial of the appeal, granting the status of the pre-existing non-conforming use to be limited to 61 days, 61 short-term rental days
Yes.
a year? That sounds better, yeah.
Okay. Zach?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. All right, well, that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Sure, second.
Okay. Shall we vote, or do any other discussion?
Well, no one made the motion.
Yeah, Drew did.
Yeah, read that, well, we said
Short-term rental days.
61 short-term rental days. We could include excluding any longer-term rentals.
I think if you start to get too wordy like that, it just
Right, but.
makes it harder.
I think the key is you are bringing forward the record
Yes.
as your findings of fact.
Right,
You are acknowledging the court's decision.
yes.
You are acknowledging the witness's agreement on the evidence before you on the number of days.
Yes.
You are then granting their appeal, which reverses the code enforcement officer's decision.
Right.
With the condition that non-conforming use is allowed what it had plus 15%, the 61 days of short-term rental uses. If they wanted to rent it for 30 days, that's not a short-term rental. They wanted to lay a whole year, it's not a short-term rental. That does permit them to do that.
And if they rent the 30 days in the middle of all that, that's not counted.
Correct. And they can do the 61 days all over the calendar.
Sure.
It doesn't matter. You're saying you're allowed to keep using it as it was previously used, but now we have this ordinance that says it's not allowed, but we're granting you special status because you gave us evidence.
Right.
How do we police that?
Well, I think what we just said.
Not your board.
Right.
No, okay.
That's the selectmen.
And the wording on that motion
Does that.
adequately describes all of that.
Oh, good luck. I did chicken scratch. Good luck. Read I know what it says. I didn't have a problem, wouldn't you?
Actually, shorthand I might be able to do.
Oh, look at that.
I think based
This-
on.
Yes, I know, something right there. Based on the May 15th, 24 decision.
Evidence. Brought forward and brought forward as the record from case 2313. The ZBA
Moves.
acknowledges the
He's
court's
rewording it.
decision in reversing the ZBA's denial of the appeal and grants the appeal of Artisani and Clymer,
Yep.
recognizing the status of pre-existing non-conforming use and
Limiting to 61 days.
and
Limiting.
imposes the condition of limiting
61 short-term rental.
this short-term rental use to 61, I think 61 short-term rental days.
I can't read your chicken scratch.
I know, I'm going to read it
Per calendar year?
Yeah.
per year.
Per calendar year.
Yeah, I
Well,
think you
yeah,
have to, we
years,
didn't have it in there, but we talked about it here, that's why.
I wouldn't say calendar year because they might use a different fiscal year.
A year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
a year.
Right. I think this does it. Based on the evidence brought forward from the May 15, 2024 ZBA hearing for case number 2313, the ZBA acknowledges the court's decision in reversing the ZBA's denial of the pending appeal, and now grants the appeal of Artizzoni and Clymer, recognizing the status of the property as a pre-existing, non-conforming use as a short-term rental, limited to 61 short-term rental days a year. Did I have everything?
Yeah.
Okay. We granted the appeal, we put the condition of a limitation, and you've said what facts you're basing it on.
Right.
If that meets with your approval, great, fine, and wonderful.
Okay, so, did you hear it read? Okay.
I don't think he heard you.
Okay, so,
Who made, you made it, right?
well,
That's-
I made a motion to begin with, right, and that, we've amended it. He seconded the amendment. Are we ready to vote?
Wait a minute, I'm lost here. We didn't second the first
Any
one.
further discussion before we vote?
Wait.
He's
didn't-
made the motion, as I
But he just
stated.
amended, okay, he just amended it. Drew made a motion on the beginning of this, all of this, and then nobody seconded, so,
I seconded.
oh, I didn't hear you.
Sharon
So,
seconded it.
We've just worked on the language.
Right.
Right,
I
we
didn't hear you.
amended the wording
Covered.
slightly.
so now it was amended.
Yeah.
And
And who-
the amendment has been seconded.
Drew made the amendment. Who seconded the amendment?
I did.
Doug, okay. Now somebody vote. 'cause
Okay.
I'm done.
Any other discussion before we vote? Okay, then, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Okay, then for the record, that's unanimous. Okay. Okay, so then, whoops, let me read the appeal here. Comment. If one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date of this notice, day one being the day after the date of decision, that's tomorrow. Necessary first step before any appeal may be taken to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for rehearing must set forth the grounds in which one will base the appeal. See New Hampshire statutes RSA 677 for details. Board members are advised to refrain from any discussion of this appeal with other board members or any parties of the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you. Okay, so now that closes case 2313. We have two cases which are similar in that they, based on an appeal of administrative decision, which was a cease and desist order, and they appealed based on their right of being a pre-existing non-conforming use in the same manner that this one was. So the next case is 2315.
14.
No.
Are you doing
I'm not going to do 14. I'm going to take them in order, except that I'm going to take the cases by class. Okay, so 2315 is next, and then 2013 will come next, because those are the two cases that had been submitted to the Superior Court and remanded without a decision. But they are exactly the same in their character. Okay, so let's go back, Kate, and we will read the notices again, and then you can...
This was continued. Why would I read a notice?
What's that?
This was
one was
continued.
continued,
I don't
so
need to read a notice.
Oh, yeah, continued, so,
Yep.
yeah, we don't
I'll
need to
keep you on
read the
track.
notices. We just need to pick this one up where we were. This case was continued from Gosh,
February.
it's been continuously since May, yeah.
Right, November, then February.
Right, okay. All right, do you want to, Mr. Johnson, do you want to summarize the essence of this case?
And this is 2315.
2315.
Yes.
All right. And this is a Kellerman case, which was actually, but this did go up on appeal and then was remanded.
Right,
Yeah,
yes, right. It was remanded, voluntary remand before the court heard the case.
Correct. Well, just to be clear, we agreed that we would, to save everybody's cost, we agreed to stay those two cases, these next two cases when it went up to Superior Court, to allow the first case, the Artizzoni case, to be the test case, since the legal issues were so similar. That way, nobody's paying for 3 court cases at the same time. So that's why that's back. So this is the Kellerman, Allison and Keith Kellerman. I'm Matt Johnson. I represent the applicant. This is an appeal, again, of the ZBA, of an administrative, it's an administrative appeal of a code enforcement decision relative to the ability to use the property as a short-term rental. The board has already heard evidence on this matter and had findings of fact. And I note that the findings of fact indicated that there was testimony that there was estimated testimony of 60 days or more a year of short-term rental activity prior to the zoning ordinance change, and that was a finding of fact that the ZBA made at its prior hearing and part of the notice to decision that went up on appeal. So that is the evidence that was before the board on the amount of short-term rental usage activity prior to that. Because each record is different, I stand on my position articulated before that I don't believe the ZBA should be limiting or constricting the number of days the property owner can use the property as a short-term rental if, in fact, they were using it prior to the zoning ordinance change. I don't think the ordinance actually gives that right. The ordinance, the expansion language in the ordinance refers to structural expansion and not to use expansion, and so I stand by that position in terms of, I think that's the wrong analysis by the ZBA, but the evidence on the short-term rentals was 60 days, and that's in the record already.
Right. Yes, and that record is also on May 15th in our findings of fact for case 2315. There was no hard evidence, but we had agreed, with Mr. Johnson and the clients that the approximate use of 60 days. Okay, so basically this case is effectively similar. Since this is an appeal of an administrative decision, we have to be consistent with the way we handle it.
Open the public hearing.
Oh, yes. Okay. So we want to make sure, is there anyone in the public that wishes to address this particular case? You've been sworn in this evening already, so.
Just to refresh, can you tell us what the facts of finding are for the case? So
yes, I can.
Appropriate content, respond to that.
Yes. Okay, so the findings of fact for case 2315. The primary question is whether there is a valid claim to be grandfathered. 2, the home is in Silver Shores Homeowners Association. 3, Silver Shores Homeowners Association was chartered in 1976. Currently has 13 homes, 11 of which are rented seasonally, as has been the habit since 1976. This is the testimony of Mr. Audette, Vice President of the Silver Shores HOA. The HOA charter foresees rentals without distinguishing between long and short term. Mr. Audette and Mr. Johnson stated that the charter of 1976 provides the homeowners with the right to an existing non-conforming use. We have testimony from Mr. Knight and from Mr. Audette that the Moores, who were the owners from 2015 until the Kellermans purchased the home in December 2022, were part-time residents who rented their home out regularly every year. They estimated that this is perhaps 60 days or more per year without documentation. The Moores declined providing testimony or documentation, preferring not to get involved per Kellerman's testimony. Prior to 2015, the home was owned by the Davis family, who were full-time residents and therefore unlikely to have rented their home out, per Mr. Audette. The board, point 9, the board understands these characteristics to define a motel based on the definition of motel in the zoning ordinance and common understanding of what a motel is. A a building or buildings that offer the service of lodging. B, for compensation with the obligation to pay meals and rooms tax. C, which provides basic support services such as cleaning and scheduling. E, independent access. E, adjoining parking. F, the lack of a rental contract for non-transient occupancy. 10, the short-term rental of 21 Haven Road meets the definition of a motel. The property has been rented on a short-term basis since 2015 on the order of 60 days per year, and the current owners intend to rent for a similar amount. Presumably, meals and rooms tax is being paid, though no documentation was submitted. Basic services were provided. The owners used Airbnb as a contact and scheduling agent, and the home was provided, furnished, and cleaned. D, there is independent access to the building. E, there is adjacent parking. F, the rental contract for non-transient use. 11, motels are not permitted use in the rural residential district according to Article 4.2 of the zoning ordinance. Those were the findings of fact, and as we have just recently read, the court's decision was that well, they specifically said, what did I do with it?
Here.
Oh, yes, here it is. Specifically said that short-term rentals rely in large part on whether the ordinance prohibits transient uses, not whether it prohibits business or commercial uses. It finds no prohibition of transient use that is evident in the face of regulation, and does not transform, that the plaintiffs receive financial compensation for renting does not transform a residential use of the property by the actual occupants into commercial one. So the court did not agree with our definition of the use of motel and reversed the decision on a very similar case. So we are in the position of having to decide that in principle, we could take this back to court, but we know what the decision already was in the similar case. So the suggestion of the chairman is that what we do is we find very similar to what we just found in 2313.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Kemper zoning wishes.
Cancellation.
Cancel it.
Yep, John.
Yeah.
Sorry.
John Kanzlerich.
Yeah.
And so thank you for reading that and freshening all of us up on that. The biggest thing I have a problem with is this is upending our whole ordinance. We have special exception. This is upending a lot of our ordinance. Like we had special exception, especially where a resident, where lodging, bed and breakfast, lodging houses, bed and breakfast, this is by special exception. With this ruling, you're now upending it. Why would I get special exception when, so what, I'm there, I'm not there, I can have short-term rentals now. So this whole thing is not working entirely by the court's decision. It's upending our ordinance. So I ask that your group actually look at this and see if it's really appropriate to what you're doing, because it is changing how our ordinance work. It was not looked at a whole, and it's like now every single house, why have special exceptions? There's reason. Everything we have in our ordinance has a reason to it. And I ask that you just really look at this and see what you're doing and reset, and not just automatically assume that, yes, you accepted it for this one case. It doesn't mean that all of these, and they could be sent up, just so you understand. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
I would just make the point that the court's order, and one of the canons of construction is the court looks at the zoning ordinance as a whole in making its decision, and the court specifically addressed the arguments that the ZBA relied upon in denying it in the first instance. So even though it was not a case against it, we did this for the efficiency of the town and everybody else to come to this conclusion, and the court's order directly addresses those points.
Thank you. I also, to answer Mr. Kunstler, how do you say your name again? Yeah, okay, John. The, saying specifically not a change in the ordinance, but whether this particular case has an argument that's valid for being a pre-existing use. Any other comments or questions before we consider closing the public hearing? Mr. Johnson, do you have anything else to say?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Someone to move to close the public hearing?
So move.
Okay, George seconded that? Okay, so,
Vote.
yes, all in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so we, come back. My suggestion, we bring forth findings of fact from the May 24th meeting, acknowledge the court's decision in case 2313, which informs our decision for 2315. And then, based on the findings of fact, we add 15% to the 60 days that are a matter of record, and
66.
so, Kate, I think we can pretty much use the wording from the previous one, except that we have to acknowledge that, you know, we've got, this one wasn't, the court case is 2313, not 15, and that we're being consistent with that.
I think it's 69 days.
So if I've heard you correctly, Mr. Chairman, you're saying mirror the motion from the Argezoni Clymer case.
Yes.
For this case, with the being
69 days instead of
your 69 days instead of 61 days.
Right, yes. Except the case numbers have to match.
Correct.
Yeah. Is that clear, Kate?
Yep, I'm going to talk to him afterwards just to read his
Well,
writing.
I think we need to write it out because we need to read it the way that, in order to vote on it.
Writing.
Just read the first one and change the name. At the end of it.
Can you do it?
Kate, if you're,
I
if
can't
you
read your
are,
writing there.
yeah, I was going to
I'm sorry,
say.
Chris. You guys are losing me.
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
I just, for your information, Kate had a cast put on a broken wrist this morning, and she's at the end of her energies for the day, so we're.
I have sausage fingers.
Okay. If I understand your instructions correctly, your motion is based on the evidence of the prior hearing on May 15, 2024, which is brought forward as the record for case number 2315, and the ZBA's acknowledgement of the court decision in the Argezoni Clymer matter.
Oh, case 2313.
2313, which was the Argezoni Clymer matter. The ZBA grants the appeal of the Kellermans, recognizing the status of the pre-existing non-conforming use as a short-term rental with the condition of limiting this short-term rental use to 69 short-term rental days in a year.
Yes.
And if somebody says, I so move.
I so move.
Second.
Second.
Hold on.
Okay, so Doug and Drew, so moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion?
No, I'm good.
Okay, then, shall we vote on it? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Kate, that's also unanimous. Okay, so that closes case 2315.
Read your normal appeal.
If one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date on this notice, day one being tomorrow. The necessary first step before any appeal may be taken to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for rehearing must set forth all the grounds on which one will base the appeal. See New Hampshire Statutes, RSA Chapter 677. Board members are advised to refrain from any discussion of the appeal with other board members and all parties to the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you. Okay, so one moment to put away the records associated with this case, and then I will, just a minute, May 15, May 15.
Oh, good.
And then we will call case 2318.
Had enough?
Yeah, my battery's low.
So's mine. No, that's right. Okay, 2318. Kate, are we ready? Are you ready to move ahead to the next one?
Yep, we don't have to read anything out loud. It was continued again.
Okay, great. So we will just reopen 2318. This is Matthew Petty and Jennifer Swift, 2318. Very similar situation to the previous ones. That is, it's an appeal for an administrative decision, and they appealed that decision based on a claim to be grandfathered. Very similar situation. I'm looking just a second for my record here. So do you want to summarize the issues associated with 2318?
Sure. This one was also brought up in appeal and stayed. Again, Matt Johnson, this are the applicants, Matthew Petty and Jennifer Swift. This was brought up in appeal and agreed to be stayed and they remanded after the Artizzoni case. The board has already had a notice decision in this case, which indicated selective rental activity of 32 rentals for 157 days in 2021. 27 rentals for 103 days in 2023. I note that the notice of decision indicated 2022 and 2024 were not estimated at the meeting. Current owner anticipates renting on 100 days per year. I don't know if the ZBA missed it or I didn't give it to you or what the conclusion is, but I did want to supplement record on this one only because there was evidence that my clients had of their 2022 usage of the property. I did some quick math and it's not higher than the highest year, but just for completeness, and so I made 7 copies.
Oh, okay.
Just for the record. I wanted the record to be accurate that they had been continually renting it on a short-term basis on the years leading up to the zoning ordinance change.
That's correct. And we have evidence of it having been rented within a few years continuously without any abandonment for a maximum of 157 days, and I think we can work off that number.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
157?
157 was the maximum number that they used?
Not the rental days.
Yes.
22 days within 157 calendar days, wasn't it?
No. It to rentals.
For 157 days.
157 days.
Understand.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, right. So, do we have any other comments from the public on this one? If not, then I would, yes, John.
Yeah, John Chancellor. I'm trying to catch up. Which district is this in?
Oh, the location? All right.
Yes.
In just a minute. I got to find the Property owners,
Skyline Way.
yeah, Skyline Way.
Skyline Way. So that's rural resident? Is that correct? Is that rural resident, Skyline Lane?
Is that the one that's off of the other side of Edelweiss?
Yeah, that was one way up on the,
We're up the other side of Edelweiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not Edelweiss, is it?
it's outside of Edelweiss, but it's up
Outside of
on the
Edelweiss,
hill.
but it's on
Yeah,
the other side, yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, then can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye, okay. So I would suggest that we do exactly the same with this as we did with the previous one, and the number that we work off of is 157 days plus 15%.
15% is 23.55.
Let's give them
181
24.
days.
So what'd you say?
180.5.
180 days.
181
Okay,
days. 181.
181, okay.
Okay, 181.
Okay, so, just out of curiosity, these properties are still owned by all the owners, Mr. Johnson? These three, or have these been?
These three, there have been no changes.
No changes, okay. Okay. So can we read the motion?
The old motion.
I'm glad Chris
Or
is
you
here.
can simply say, I make the same motion as applicable in case number
2313.
15 to apply to 2318 with the total number of days being whatever you just said.
181, yeah.
Make that your motion.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. All set?
Sorry, yep.
Yep. Any discussion on this? Do we, so moved, second?
Whoa, who?
Okay,
Sorry, I'm reading. Who's what?
I moved,
Thank you.
Sharon second.
Sharon second.
You guys go first.
Any further discussion? Okay, if there's no further discussion, then let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Okay, so let me read the appeal notice for the record. If anyone wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date on this notice, day one being the day after the date of decision. The necessary first step before any appeal may take to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for rehearing must set forth the grounds in which one will base the appeal. See New Hampshire Statutes, RSA Chapter 677. Board members are advised to refrain from any discussion of the appeal with other board members and all parties to the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you. Okay, so that takes care of 2318. Now,
Mr. Chair, can I make a proposal?
yes, you may.
Thank you. Seeing how the board is operating in these cases, and reserving my rights relative to the decision you're making, but out of efficiency for everybody, would it make, our proposal would be this, it would make sense to do the cases next that do not have any history, prior rental history, and they're before it purely on the constitutional arguments. I've said them before. I can establish a record for them, and we can go through them. And the other point I would make is that for the other cases where there is history of prior use prior to March 22, and now that I know how the board is going to do this, I would submit before the next continued hearing, I'll put what I think my number is of the years together and just provide a packet for each applicant to sort of streamline the issue for the board, because, that's the issue the board's considering when there's a history of use in the property. And so that way you can have it. I'll put my best foot forward with whatever evidence I have on the dates, total. So you have the package, obviously reserving my right to say, I don't agree that that's the right method, but since I know what your method is going to be, I might as well make it easy for you. And I think we could probably get through the most, if not all, of the non-grandfathered status ones tonight. That's not going to change, whether they go now or next month. Nothing's happening. Whereas the other ones, I think I can make it more efficient. And having sat here for a little while, I know your agenda's already crushed for
Right,
March.
so we're taking, okay, so what that means in plain text is case 14, case 2314, case 2316, case 2317, and 2324. Those are the ones that involve grandfathering, which you're proposing that we just continue and you bring us the date and address the question.
Correct.
And then we continue on tonight with 19, 20, 22, and 25, at least as far as we get by 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I have, 19, 20, and 25 would be what I would personally, and Mr. Burns is here, and he happens to be up here, and he's 19, so we should take him next, and so.
I'm
it's-
sorry, what was that?
We said 19, 20, and 25, but what about 22?
22 and 24 withdrew their appeals.
Oh, 22 and
No, I had talked to Kate about it, sorry.
Oh, wait a minute.
okay.
Hold on. We were going to talk about it tonight. So so that was a new owner. So 2322 is now,
2322 is a new owner that did not wish to go forward.
so that's a done deal.
Yes.
And 24 is the same way?
Same, as far as we know, we've out multiple times, and no
Okay.
one's ever contacted us,
Yeah,
so.
when we talked, you hadn't heard from them, so I didn't. I wasn't
still-
sure. We're going to talk tonight. So that's a done deal.
Since they've sold the property, I don't really have a client,
I can
so,
take them right off.
yes,
Gone. Yay.
22 and 24.
Don't have to say it twice.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are
Do we
done.
have to do something to withdraw them?
Yes.
formally?
Yeah, we have to do
Hold on a
something.
second, what were you going to say?
You want to recognize the withdrawal of the appeals by Mr. Johnson.
Right.
On the record. And I think you don't have to make a motion to withdraw. He's done
You
something.
got-
He's
The
the
other way, you could open those two cases for 5 minutes, and we could just do it, and I mean, if you wanted minutes to be clearer, you can call those two cases, and I can say they're withdrawn.
I think you've already said that, Matt. So,
Whatever's easiest for you guys.
Yeah, we just acknowledge it in the minutes, okay. We don't need, you say we don't need to vote on it because.
correct. You're
So-
just acknowledging as the chair, those two cases were withdrawn.
Right, okay, so officially, yes, as chairman, I'm acknowledging that Mr. Johnson has withdrawn case 2322 and 2324 for the record. Okay.
Perfect. And now
Okay.
you need a motion to continue
All right.
14, 16, 17, and 24 to a date certain.
Well, not 24 any longer.
Oh, that's right. What was it, was there a fourth one?
2317.
14, 16, and 17, I believe.
Four.
Well, there were, 24 was the four.
Yeah,
Got it.
24 is
Yeah.
gone.
19.
I just,
Yeah.
no, hear that one next.
Who's on first? What's on second?
I'll keep you in
16 and
line.
17.
14, 16, and
Motion
17.
to continue
Can,
them?
Mr. Johnson, can we continue them as a class? I mean, I don't need to open every, right, these
Yeah,
three.
I think so. I don't see any reason to take them separately, particularly if I give you the information. I think now that you guys have decided how you're interpreting the court order and how you're moving forward, I think they should be relatively efficient.
Right, okay. So, and I'm really just asking if we can take a motion now to continue
Oh,
cases
I see.
14, 16, and 17 to a date certain, which, will you be ready in April, I mean, in March?
Yes.
March 19th? Okay, so then I move that we continue cases 23, 14, 23, 16, 23, 17 to March 19th, 6 PM
Here.
in, yeah, presumably here in this
Oh, it
room.
will be-
That's where you for your earlier one
Yep.
today, you said it was going to be here.
Yes.
For what time do you want us to be here?
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, that's an,
Yeah, you said,
well, we'll contact you about that because we have to look at that again and figure out how we're going
That's
to do
fine.
that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
no time.
We will-
hold the date.
For the, yeah, for the courtesy, we'll afford you the courtesy of sorting that time out.
Put it this way, say a time now, and then we can give you some flexibility once we know how.
All right, let's do the same thing, 8 o'clock. Let's just say 8 o'clock for these sets and 6 o'clock for the previous. I already said 6 for the previous one.
We'll just stay in
Yeah, you also-
uniform.
What?
You had just said March 19th, 6 PM here.
I just said that now, but we said previously this evening, when we continued the other case on the cell phone tower, that it was 6 o'clock. So he's suggesting that we just internally, between us, I tell him it's 8 o'clock.
Internally, this motion should still say 6 PM.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Internally, we can.
Correct.
Because if something happens and the cell phone case has to
Go away.
request a.
So you want me to leave it at 6?
Continuance.
I see, I'm sorry, I didn't
that's
catch what
okay.
you're, yeah, right.
Nuanced. That's all
Nuance, right.
Okay, and now someone's going to second it.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this motion?
Now what are we going to?
Let's vote, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that one passes unanimously. Okay, so now we're free, you say that, I put all these cases away.
Yeah, those cases. They
19.
They continue, don't they, if they're renoticed? They should.
Continued all of those from the prior case, right?
Yeah.
But they would need to be, but there's a new owner.
Did you say your client was here for?
Yes,
on a
Mr.
second.
Burns
Let's
is
hold
here
on
for
one
for 19.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that they should.
Okay, now, we have not,
Because they said that.
we have
in the
not
motion.
previously opened this case, so this is the first time.
Correct.
It was, just to confirm, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, you continued this case from a prior hearing to this date, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
We're not going to risk these new abutters and everything, correct?
No, because this is a continuation of a continued case.
Okay.
So we don't.
So this is 2319, continued from prior, at what name?
Oh, no, I'm talking about these 3 cases, the ones we just did a motion for, that we're continuing to March.
They are continuing them to March.
Okay.
That's it.
But the last we talked about it at the last hearing, you made a motion that the cases would be continued to tonight, and they'd have to be renoticed if they went any further.
Correct.
Right.
We did
That's-
talk about that.
yes.
Because
So we
of
need
the
to address
time
that.
Span of, from when they first applied.
Right.
To this meeting,
Correct.
this
Okay.
meeting, that time.
Right.
We wanted to make sure.
If that is the pleasure of the board, then you amend the motion that was just voted on to require new notice in its 3 cases. So those 3 cases would need to be renoticed, is your amendment.
And the reason why is because there's abutters that have changed, and there's new, I've done the research, and there's new people that have bought and that haven't been noticed, so.
Okay,
So just make that amendment.
okay.
Yes. I make the motion that we continue
No, you're just
to
amending.
March 19th. The amended motion being that these 3 cases will require re-notification,
Paid for by the applicant.
paid for by the applicant.
Okay. And vote on that amendment.
Right.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's unanimous? Okay. Okay, so finally we get to 2319. Okay. So when, Kate, when you're ready, we can read the public notice.
Nope, that was continued too.
Yep, these have all been.
These have all been continued.
All been continued, okay, got you
So
covered.
anything that was continued to
No,
tonight.
no, 2319.
No, these are
was-
new cases.
These are new cases.
Right.
But they were continued from a prior,
They were never opened.
They were never
them.
opened. They've been continued.
They've never opened them.
We never reached them, ever, before.
You didn't, you
got
were
it.
correct.
But my query is,
For the record, we haven't asked the question whether any members have conflict of interest, whether we ever checked if the people were noticed.
okay, I hate to say this, what was the last notice for when this case was going to be considered?
The last.
Pre the court case, I mean, it was a while ago. You got it continued a couple times. And then we continued it by agreement for like 6 months with the understanding that that would be it, and then we would renotice.
So they were on an agenda.
Yes.
They
So
were
from
continued
November.
from agenda to agenda.
November to
And
February.
continued to this date.
Yes.
Correct.
Because we're being heard today.
Right.
We don't need new notice.
Right, and we
Right.
continued them to this
Rock and roll.
time from, it was
Okay.
a
It's
a
November
lot.
15th meeting.
Yeah.
We continued it to February because we weren't sure if we would have the decision back.
But the other
Please,
cases, we
don't-
just did the motion to
don't
have
remind
to be
us.
renoticed, because we're continuing them to March. That was why I was trying to keep them on track.
Okay.
I'm sure your client is fed up with our process at this point.
That's what it is. right?
Okay, let's go. Okay, so we're going to read the public notice, hearing, et cetera, and begin this case properly. Okay, Kate?
Yep, I'm coming. So this one is old, very old.
Aren't we all?
Yep.
Getting older.
I gotta go way back. So, this was back in April of *24, when it was noticed. Bear with me, I can't move files very well. At least I gotta find it. I'm just gonna read it from here. All right, I guess I'm going to start from when it was continued back from May. I'm going to just read it from there. So May 15th, 2024. So case 2319 was continued October 18th, 23, November 15th, 23, January 17th, 24, February 21st, 24, March 2024, April 17th, 24. It was an appeal for an administrative decision from Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Mill and Branch, PA, agent for Brian Burns, 1 Oak Ridge Road, tax map 109, lot 87, to determine whether or not their circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, Code Enforcement Officer, dated August 30th, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.6A of the Madison zoning ordinance. The last time notices were sent out was certified mails on April 23rd, 24, and everything was continued to November of 2024. Mess. And then to today, and I did not have any issues with, no issues with any certified mails.
Okay. Polling the board members for conflict of interest. Jennifer? George? Sharon?
No.
No?
No.
No? Okay, so we don't have conflict of interest among the board members with this particular thing, and we have a 5-member board for this. Waiver request is irrelevant for an appeal of administrative decision since there are no dimensional issues involved in this. Regional impact, then anyone on the board feel this has regional impact?
No.
Okay, so do you anticipate speaking at all?
I can say a few words.
Well, then I just need to swear you in, and then if you do speak, you're covered. Okay, so would you
Stand and raise your right hand.
stand and raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Johnson, you want to summarize the case here, and then we will.
Certainly. Sorry, just getting myself organized. A few cases to deal with tonight. All right, thank you, board members, for your time and patience on these cases. My name is Matt Johnson. I am counsel for Brian Burns. He is the applicant. His property is located on Oak Drive in Madison, 1 Oak Ridge Road in Madison, New Hampshire. He does not have a history of prior usage either by himself or a prior owner of short-term rentals before the zoning changed. I've raised before, but I wanted to raise on the record so it's clear relative to his case that I do believe there are constitutional challenges to how the ordinance has been enacted and has it applied to his property. I would submit that the way the ordinance is written, it frankly bars someone who has a second home who doesn't occupy it for more than 30 days would fall under the transient definition, and that can't be what was intended, but that creates a selective enforcement problem because, to the best of my knowledge, code enforcement officer is not indicating that second homeowners are violating the ordinance because they're not occupying it for longer than 30 days. So you have an equal protection issue, you have a selective enforcement issue. I do want to note that the town's website is also materially misleading for people coming in to buy property in Madison. I'll provide copies here for the board in another packet, but I want to keep the cases separate. I think the art of zoning matter did it, but it's not for you guys to jump back and forth. I'm going to hand you 2 documents. That is an old screenshot of the website, and there's a yellow box around there's a yellow box there that talks about if someone who's looking to buy property in Madison goes online and they, show back to me. Yes, that's it. Goes online, it talks about being able to use a short-term rental, and now
She got one.
March 22 ordinance, it's no longer, it's prohibited in every district. Can you say that?
It's been a long night.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have short-term rentals unless you have grandfathered status and have gone to the ZBA anywhere in the town. And I would just note for the record that I went on the town website today, February 19, 2025, and there's still the same language on there indicating. So as an owner or someone looking to buy property, if they came and searched the website, which would be a reasonable due diligence inquiry, you would find that it still indicates on the town website that you can engage in short-term rentals. And so I feel like that is an issue particularly relative to the enforcement mechanism that applies to someone like Mr. Burns, because this is the type of information available to him before he acquired the property. And so a form of due diligence would be misleading by the town in terms of what was permitted and what was not permitted, and that exists even to this day, even though the ordinance went into effect in March of 2022. I also would suggest that this, as constructed, it violates the Supreme Court case Britton v. Chester, because it essentially is barring the use of property and the ability to short-term rental of the property anywhere in the town, the way the ordinance is written. So I believe that is subject to constitutional challenge, something the ZBA should consider, because again, there is no possibility to have a short-term rental in Madison, but given how the language is written in the March 22 ordinance. And then ultimately, finally, submit that it constitutes a taking on my client's property, that one of the fundamental rights of property is the ability to rent the property, both either on a short-term or on a longer-term basis, and the ordinance now discriminates against property owners who want to rent on a short-term basis, but fully permits property owners to rent on a long-term basis. I submit that's also a classification issue. There's no reasonable basis or justification for treating the 2 classes of renters any different, but that's what the zoning ordinance does. So if you rent your property for 31 days, you are fully permitted to do in Madison, but if you rent the property for 29 days, it's illegal and you can't do it. And so I would submit that that is subject to further court challenge, and we'd ask the ZBA to consider that issue. I'm going to ask Mr. Burns to speak a little bit about Edelweiss District, because the other issue we have is that this ordinance change and application to Edelweiss really runs afoul of the history of Edelweiss and how it's been used for many, many, many years. And so I do want him to allow him to give brief remarks to the ZBA.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Matt, which case did you make reference to?
Britton v. Chester.
The workforce housing case?
Builder remedy case. I'll send you a note on it.
Okay. And what's the premise that you have for that case?
Premise is you can't completely exclude zoning or act in a way. That one was relative to, said basically permitted no affordable housing. And I would analogize that to circumstance where you now have an ordinance structure which prohibits a use of the property that the Supreme Court has indicated as a residential use, and you've said that it not be used anywhere in the town of Madison. And so I would submit that that is a constitutionally infirm exercise of the zoning power, and that's something the ZBA, as the adjustment, has the authority to regulate.
Thank you.
Brian Burns, Peabody, Massachusetts. Prior to purchasing the property, I had the advice of my in-laws who have lived in Edelweiss for 40-plus years. And, you know, they expressed to me how short-term rentals have happened there as long as they've been involved with the area. Even to the extent of, you know, they remember back in the 80s, 90s around, they would count the number of cars parked out on the road and at various houses that were rented out for the week or the weekend. And after putting it, the owner that I purchased it from, she indicated that the previous owner to her had done short-term rentals, because when she purchased it, I think it was around the 2010, 2012 timeframe, the house rules were written on the inside of the cabinets for the short-term renters when they came in. Hey, these are the rules. When you stay here, you do this, you lock up when you go, clean up the trash, whatever. So, and I've called around to various real estate agencies in Madison and North Conway, and they all have told me they have a history of, you know, renting short-term in Edelweiss. I'm still trying to find one that has a record of renting my particular property prior to the ordinance, but I don't think we can find anybody in the town that can truthfully say that this hasn't been a pre-existing use of properties in Edelweiss and Madison in general for as long as anyone can remember. That was my thought and idea coming into it.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, and so let's just to put a bow on that. So I recognize the non-conforming use historically related to a particular property, but this is a designated area that it has its own zoning ordinance, in fact, and its own provision, and has sort of its own unique history. And so when you're considering this, I would ask that the board reflect on the fact that this pre-existing use be considered or slightly more broadly than your typical case, given the evidence just presented relative to the fact that that whole area has been used as short-term rentals historically. And again, you've seen that he's attempted to struggle to find information, but there's no guarantee. We've had other cases where we've had some, and owners have said, "I don't want to help you," and so that's a function of it. But it is a area that it has a history of a use from the short-term rental, and so I would ask you to take that into consideration.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a couple follow-up?
Yes.
Matt, can you tell us the date of his purchase, Mr. Burns' purchase?
That was October 21st.
October of 22?
Yep, correct.
And did I hear that you said your predecessor had bought in 2010?
I don't know the exact date, I have to look it up, but yeah, she owned it for about 12 or so years. She said she never used it as a short-term rental.
Okay, that's the next one.
She didn't use it. It was a second home for her, so she wasn't there permanently. But she did say she was not willing to come to any of these hearings and speak. She didn't want to get involved, but she said, you know, hey, I know that the place was used prior to me for a short-term rental because, you know, the house rules were on it.
Attorney Bull?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
application has the sales from the town website, and it lists that it was sold in 2013
Okay.
to the previous owner.
I can't do it. That's not my authority. It's not me. Yeah, I can't do that.
May I ask another follow-up question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Matt, do you know, or Mr. Burns, if you ask your lawyer if he wants you to answer, did your client look at the amended zoning ordinance before he bought?
I don't know that answer.
You can ask.
Does Attorney Johnson, does Mr. Burns know that answer, and do you allow him to answer that?
He can answer if he knows the answer.
Yeah, I did not.
Can I ask him a question?
Certainly.
Mr. Burns, when you were in the process of purchasing the house, did you contact Town Hall for any reason to talk to them regarding Edelweiss itself, the zoning ordinances that belong to Edelweiss specifically?
I did not. I was kind of going with the advice of my in-laws.
Okay.
And the history that they knew. No, they mentioned something to me. They didn't say anything specifically. They said that there may have been some rumblings in town about short-term rentals, but nothing specific. Yeah.
And you began renting in 2023. Did you continue renting through 24?
Off and on. I have had rentals since then, yes.
You have any record of that?
I could probably get them. I don't have them with me. Yeah, I could come up with them.
So, forgive me, so from the date of the notice of violation was August 30th of 2023, and you continued to rent past that point?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times?
I don't know exactly. I could find out for you, though.
No, I don't need
Yeah.
that. That's fine.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments or? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Yep.
Still a public hearing.
Yes, the public hearing is still open. Yeah.
No, you need to open it first. I'm not sure you opened the public hearing on this one.
Oh, no, I
The
swore.
applicant has a chance to speak.
Oh, I see.
And so I'm just saying, I see a hand in the back.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I see, okay. Do you wish to speak?
Do we have to declare the public hearing open?
Yes.
Some sort of formal
Okay,
fashion?
yes, this public hearing's open.
John Cancellara, John Melrose, Edelweiss.
Okay, and you've been sworn in earlier this evening, so.
Yes, I have. Thank you. I just did a quick look at the town website. The 2000 ordinance, it says 2014, but the ordinance is on the website, so it is accessible and you can find it there. I'm not going to go over too much into, let's see, I know you heard my arguments before, so they're in your head. I'm not going to, we do have dwelling unit is in there, is in our ordinance, and the dwelling unit has been updated so that non-transient usage is defined in our ordinance. Also, I'm going to bring it up because it's new knowledge to you, you're probably not aware of, is that, we really do have this business, commercial enterprise, and agricultural use are prohibited. And why is this important? Well, it's important because if in case the STI dwelling unit, if it finds out that, yeah, okay, you passed on the dwelling unit, but you can fail on other parts of the permitted use or non-permitted use, okay? So with the business side of things, I'm going to look at that quickly, is Attorney Johnson, he's, in his letter to the ZBA, he said basically it's like a business nature when he said it improperly favors hotels, motels, bed and breakfast operators by barring competition. So he's going ahead and saying that he's actually competing these hotels and motels for revenue to pay guests. The courts have already also stated, there's several courts that have stated that recognize homeowners who charge by night, treat rentals as a business, that by deductions, tax returns, advertise in various websites, requiring rental agreements, establishing check-in, check-outs, and paying taxes of hotels and other commercial lodging. I've listed these in my response previously. This SDR, people, they're listing on Airbnb, their rental agreements, there's check-in, check-out, pay taxes just as hotels. So you have that taxes. They're very similar. This is, I know in the past you argued for quite a long time about this motel, but actually the big thing is it's a business, and I think you guys were seeing that as a business. If it's recognized as a business, it's not permitted in idolize. On the commercial side, it is only matters how it's written in ordinance. It's not how it's defined in the Conway case or Portsmouth case. Commercial use is defined as any use involving in part or in whole the sale of merchandise, sales, or services. Again, the only thing that matters is how it's defined in an ordinance. So they're selling a service, by listing an Airbnb, a marketing page. What they have is an agreement between the host and guest is what they call it. And in the terms of that agreement is guest service. They're paying guest service fees. They're paying cleaning fees. These are services. Just by that, once again, by idleness and how it's listed specifically, you cannot, the commercial defines a service of sales. These are service of sales. The guest service fees are in the breakdown price, and it's listed. It can be up to 14%. They are providing services, and services are not allowed based on our definition of commercial use. So it's reasonable to conclude that both as a business and conclude it's commercial based on our definition, so it has to be prohibited in idolize. So thank you for your time.
Close the public hearing.
Yeah.
So I make a motion, we close. Is there anybody else who wants to speak before?
Yeah. Okay.
Make a motion that we close the public hearing?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we resort to our deliberation. To me, one of the most difficult parts of this is the ambiguity in the town's website.
I'm not in charge of
I mean, what's that?
I said, I'm not in charge of that.
No, but it creates an awkward situation.
It does, but the website also says for further information to contact, you have to visit another part and contact the town. And I would think any reasonable individual who, looked at that and then had information from their realtor that said, well, there's been rumblings around town, that you would then go and make a call, look at the ordinances, do whatever you could to make sure. Before I'm going to make an investment in a home or a structure or anything, I'm going to make sure I understand how it can and cannot be used, or what I can and can't do with it. Can I build another structure? Can I put up barns? I live in a neighborhood where you couldn't put up a shed. Boo. But those were the rules, and I made sure you understood them before you purchased that property. I understand that he had information from family members and previous owners of the house, but the previous owner of the house did not rent it out. Therefore, there was at least a year, if not more, from 2013 to 2022, where there was a lapse in renting the property for short-term rentals. Yeah, so it's almost
sorry,
10
didn't hear you,
years.
Jen.
Almost
Only 10 years.
Yeah, right.
So doesn't that fall into
the abandonment?
The abandonment?
Yes. Right.
Yeah, you don't have a grandfather.
So while it may have been rented before that person, then because of that 9 to 10 year lapse, there was an abandonment. And it was that individual's intention, that we can tell, to never rent it because they didn't. I do find it a little concerning that we're going to broadly brush every home in Edelweiss with the same exact discussion that, well, because everybody in Edelweiss does it. Well, no, obviously not everybody in Edelweiss did. I would presume your family didn't do it, and at least this other individual who you bought the house from did not do it. And there are a number of others that we've heard from that never rented their home in Edelweiss to anyone else. They kept it within their family. They visited it. It was their second home. So to say that all homes in that neighborhood, you know, that it's a common historical thing that Edelweiss is rented out on a short-term basis, I think that's a little bit too broad of a brush for me to apply.
We probably need to address each of the arguments that Mr. Johnson's presented us. I mean, I've forgotten which RSA is it, 676 or 636, the town to right to regulate the use of property and buildings within reason. So maybe we should just take his arguments one at a time. First, amended dwelling unit definition upon which which code enforcement officers rely is unconstitutional because of its vagueness, ambiguity, and its overbreadth. I mean, we have to balance, on one hand, the difficulty it is to write a local ordinance in New England, which results in it's very difficult to get precise wording, and my point being here that if our ordinance has, as of March 2022, through a series of definitions, you know, attempted to regulate the short-term rental of properties in the town, I first fail to see how that's constitutionally offensive, since the town has the right to regulate the usage of property within certain guidelines. Is that Chris, what is it, 676, was it?
The book's right underneath your stuff.
You're talking the enabling statute?
Yeah.
The general it begins in 672.
Yeah.
If you're asking for the ability to have zoning ordinances, the zoning amendments, the enactment is 676-1.
Yeah, 676 is probably the one I'm referring to, the point being that reasonable regulation.
Excuse me, 675-1.
675. Well, my point is that the reasonable regulation of the use of property in a town is provided for in our statutes.
Correct. You have enabling statutes that allow you to have a zoning ordinance and allow those zoning ordinances to be amended.
Right.
Can I make another point?
Yes.
With
Are you relative to this?
Yeah, we're
okay, go ahead.
relative to the
Yes.
dwelling unit definition. The statement that second homeowners as well as seasonal renters might confuse the idea that they couldn't use their home for less than 30 days a year because it would be considered a short-term rental I'm sorry, I think that's ridiculous. If you're a homeowner, you have your rights to that home 365 days a year. You can use it or not use it as you see fit. It is your home. It is your property. If you are a rental individual, you have no property rights to that home. Therefore, you have to abide by other rules and regulations that are constructed within the town to either limit certain activities or not limit them. To compare an owner and a renter with having the same rights or being barred the use of their own home for an owner, I think is, it doesn't hold water.
The second argument is amended ordinance violates Mr. Burns' substantive due process rights and creates a regulatory taking under New Hampshire and federal constitution. I think we addressed that with the issue of RSA 675, that a reasonable regulation of the use of property by the town is in itself not constitutionally offensive. Any other comments on that?
I mean, if I had a property that I want to turn into a brothel, then what's to stop me if this is my constitutional right, and that's clearly not true.
Yeah, your point being that it's regulated by laws that supersede.
Yeah.
A community, yeah. Well, same thing's true. You can't sell drugs in your house. I mean, there's a lot of reasonable things that the community has agreed in a community of rule of law that apply, generally speaking, that do not therefore constitute, a taking. The amended Madison zoning ordinance violates Mr. Burns' equal protection rights. The amended zoning ordinance affects property, so it is subject to intermediate level scrutiny. I'm not sure I completely understand that, but the town of Madison cannot show that the amended ordinance is substantially related to an important governmental objective. The town of Madison cannot discriminate against owners of property who wish to engage in short rentals, recognize residential use, but freely permit long-term rentals, and cannot be a substantial government objective to allow long-term rentals at the expense of short-term rentals, especially absent any evidence or proof of support of disparate treatment. The code enforcement officer's interpretation deprives Mr. Burns of his otherwise proper use of his property. And I guess I would classify this as a difference of opinion, because the issue here I mean, the substantial governmental objection, goal, shall we say, is the town's master plan, which identifies its intention as creating a rural residential community. And the objection of the town residents who don't want large numbers of short-term rentals is that it's created an environment where a residential community is not the essence of the neighborhood. So they're arguing that it changes the character of the neighborhood, which, while we agree is subjective, it's still, I mean, the point is this argument represents one side of a flexible opinion.
One other point, Mr. Chairman. Sure. I believe there was discussion in a prior meeting, I could be wrong, about the history of this zoning amendment, that it was actually a couple years in the making.
Yes.
And it was viewed by the populace as a topic of much concern for about 2 years before the March 22 town meeting vote. That's some evidence of the concern of the populace as a whole.
Yeah, it was a point of popular debate, popular division.
Right. To allow them or not to allow them, one way or the other.
Right.
Polarizing effect in the community.
And there was also a great deal of discussion regarding the wording that was in some of those previous proposals, if you will, that there would potentially in the previous ones be more confusion than not. So I don't think that I don't believe that the disapproval or the voting down of those ordinances in previous years has anything to do necessarily with the will of the citizenry regarding short-term rentals. I think it more reflects the concern about how things were written, and that those were not the proper words to use potentially.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, our question as a zoning board is to determine what the, what the code actually says, and to, rule accordingly.
Can I just make one more
Yes.
point? You made a point in saying that one of the long-term objectives from the master plan and through all of these zoning ordinances is to preserve the rural residential community of our town. And I think that one word, community, is really important to understand, and that I believe that when there is a great deal of short-term rentals where there's constant turnover of individuals in and out of whatever it might be, whether it be an actual hotel, motel, a bed and breakfast, and/or now a short-term rental, I think it does not necessarily contribute to the building of community, because there is not a consistent presence of the same people who can develop those interactions with each other, develop those relationships, and understand long-term how to live in a community and support each other. And that's a concern.
Yes, and I think it was mentioned earlier, one of the arguments was that we don't uniformly prohibit, even though I think Mr. Johnson said that one of the problems is it uniformly prohibits short-term rentals in Madison, but if you lived in a business district, if you own property in the district, then it's, you don't have any problem creating a hotel. You don't have a problem creating a bed and breakfast, even in a residential area, if it's owner occupied. I mean, there are lots of opportunities for, the zoning ordinance provides an opportunity for motels or hotels to exist, inside Madison, if they so choose to exist. The question was whether or not wanted to make the residential communities, communities that had large numbers of short-term rentals. Yeah, so I guess really, ultimately the question, just as a matter of procedure, what we should do is establish a series of our findings of fact, and then we should review the ordinance and how to apply it in this situation.
Mr. Chairman, I do ask that you address Attorney Johnson's citation to that workforce housing case.
Oh, the fourth point.
If you can.
Yes.
It's the fourth point, so we have covered. I
All
believe
of
that
his-
then covers all of his points.
Okay, so the fourth point was the workforce housing.
It's 5 minutes to 10.
Yeah, we're gonna end up shortly. Fourth, the amended Madison zoning ordinance violates the holdings in Britain versus the town of Chester. In that case, the Supreme Court struck a zoning ordinance that acted to restrict access to affordable housing in Chester. In this case, the Madison zoning ordinance definition of a dwelling unit precludes the creation of affordable housing because its definition is applicable throughout all districts in Madison, and the owner-occupied entered by the code enforcement officer undercuts the ability to create a meaningful, affordable housing. Does anyone want to comment on that? I mean, the way I look at this is actually the existence of short-term rentals, which go fundamentally for a high price.
Is it odds for?
Is it odds with the idea of affordable housing?
if you look at data, assessing data shows that the presence of homes that have been sold with the ability to be a short-term rental have gone for higher prices than homes that can't be used as a short-term rental. Then that's not affordable. If you're driving prices up and you're creating a situation where the average homeowner or the average person wants to buy a second home for a vacation. So we have young families in town who cannot purchase homes in this town. And there have been, anecdotally, individuals who have said that the only way my child's ever going to get a house in Madison is when I die and I leave it to them. So I think that this is the opposite of that case.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Okay, so, all righty, so we have summarized each of these legal arguments. Okay, so let's list statements of findings of fact. We want to end here shortly. We may end up continuing this case, but beg your pardon?
You're close enough to finish.
Close enough to finish?
Yeah.
Okay. One first finding of fact is the home was purchased in October of 2022 after the changes in the ordinance. It's fair to say it's finding of fact that the applicant did not appear to be fully aware of the ordinance, although that's not an excuse for not abiding for it.
There was no proof that it ever was rented.
Right. There's no evidence that it was rented.
Prior to.
Well, there is evidence it was rented prior, but not in close proximity. It was rented.
Do we have written evidence?
Well, no, we don't have written evidence. We do have testimony that he said, he had saw the things in the
prior.
Yeah, from the prior owner.
But they were 12 years old.
Yeah, right. Well, the point is, there's no evidence that it was rented within 12 months.
Yes. Of his purchase.
No, of the zoning ordinance.
Yeah, right, okay, so that would be the posting of the zoning ordinance was the middle of February 2022, so there's basically no evidence that it was rented within February 2022 or
February 14th.
or in the period, so that would be in 2021, anytime in 2021. Okay, so, okay, what else do we have for findings of fact? Okay, so that addresses the question of a potential grandfathering. It addresses the fact of the date of purchase and dates of rental. The applicant based his short-term rental primarily on the comments of friends and neighbors, friends and family. Okay, what else do we have for statements of fact? I didn't hear you. Well, I addressed the question of abandonment because we said it hadn't been rented in 2021, which, okay.
I don't know that there are anymore.
Any other?
No.
Okay. Okay, then we should review what it is that our ordinance says, and the reason why is obviously because what we decide on this case will have to be carried consistently, to our following cases. Does someone have a copy of that ordinance?
Kate should. Kate, do you have a copy of our ordinance?
Copy of our ordinance, I'm sorry.
I need it back, though.
I didn't bring it with me.
Yeah, but I had so many things to carry, I couldn't bring that big book.
You had it.
Oh, yes, it's probably inside. Hold on a second, where was it? It was
Stuff behind you, so be careful.
Give me my cane.
I have a copy if you need one.
Yeah. Don't screw up my pages, please.
Okay, so,
I don't know what he was saying, I've lost what I was writing down.
well, we're primarily addressing the changes in,
To other cases.
so the primary issue is that the definition of dwelling uses one or more rooms arranged, designed, or used for non-transient residential purposes with independent sanitary cooking facilities, right? That's a critical comment because it defines as non-transient. So we have to look up the definition of what transient is.
It's highlighted, true. There's tabs.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
Transient occupancy of a structure for any period of time up to and including 30 days. Okay, so,
They're all.
and non-transient occupancy is of a structure of any period of time greater than 30 days. So, the point is that what our ordinance says is that dwelling units can't be used for transient occupancy. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves is whether Mr. Johnson's complaint, shall we say, of the ambiguity of that is valid. One or more rooms arranged designed to use non-transient residential purposes with independent sanitary cooking facilities. And transient being
Less than 30 days.
less than 30 days. I mean, his argument was that you're not distinguishing between a renter and an owner. Occupancy of a structure for any period of time up to and including 30 days. So the question is that a valid argument? Is that clear that this refers to rentals? Is it fair enough to infer that that refers only to rentals and not to owners?
Yes.
Okay, you say yes, but tell me why.
Because a renter who is renting less than 30 days is considered a transient renter, and that goes to the point of the rule.
And I think that there are inherent rights for a property owner that owns a dwelling on that property that are above this piece. I mean, there are, like, when you buy property, you are the owner. With that comes a set of inherent rights, which is to occupy it, obviously within code, if you have an occupancy certificate, those kinds of things, but.
And not for illegal purposes.
Not for
And there were rules.
But you have the right to be there any and every day you choose.
But you're never transient
in your own property.
I don't think you could ever describe as a transient.
Okay, then we need to list in our findings of fact, our understanding of the ordinance. Okay, so 6,
Actually 5, true.
I'm sorry?
It's 5, number 5, right? You don't have a number.
Oh, you're right,
Yeah.
it's 5.
No, okay,
Yeah,
yep,
it's
okay.
5. Yeah, the definition of a dwelling unit excludes, we're going to change the way this expresses, excludes the transient use of the unit by renters for periods
Less than
30 days. Is that a fair restatement of that, so that the definition of dwelling unit excludes the transient use of the unit by renters for periods of less than 30 days? Does that sound? No? Okay.
When we say that, though, given the fact that he brought up the owner versus renter, should we say in that it precludes the transient use of other than the owner? Like, that we should specify in there that our understanding and our interpretation and our discussion about this excludes the owner. The owner can be there one day a year if they want.
Yeah, I'm just looking up transient.
Okay.
And impermanence comes into the point of trying to skip the AI version. But it's basically, transient means something or someone is a temporary or short-lived.
Right, and we have to use.
Temporary guest.
Right, but we have to use our definition.
Yeah, I'm just digging.
I'm sorry, Sharon, you suggested an inclusion. I'm trying to capture that.
So if you read that back to me.
Right, well, currently, the definition of a dwelling unit excludes the transient use of the unit by a renter for periods of less than 30 days. But you wanted to capture something that says that.
Does not include the owner.
Yeah, so where do we put that? Exactly?
I would say by the renter, and maybe in parentheses, not owner.
The comment at the end, I thought, was actually very good. An owner is never a transient in their own property.
Right.
Okay, so we can just add that, so
New fact, an additional fact.
A finding.
Right,
Or finding.
yeah, so 5, 6, okay, so an owner is never
a transient.
Is never a transient.
In their own property.
Stir something up here. If the owner says to a friend, go and stay there for the weekend, not paid.
It's not a rental.
They're not, by definition.
They're a
Short-term
guest.
rental, which you're paying for them.
Right.
Again, poking, chiding.
Just mowing it is not a rental.
Okay, so we have those last two ones. Is the definition of a dwelling unit excludes the transient use of the unit by renters for periods less than 30 days. And then an owner is never a transient in his own property. Okay, so those are our 6 findings of fact. The first 4 having been, the property was purchased in October 2022 after the change of the ordinance. The applicant did not appear to be aware of the ordinance. There is no evidence within 12 months of February 2023, no evidence of rentals within 12 months of February 2022, sorry, when the ordinance was posted, or at any time during the year 2021. The applicant based his, I should say, which means, any possible previous rental use was abandoned. The applicant based his why can't I read that? Based his
Purchase.
STR primarily
Yeah,
on
his
comments of friends and
short-term
family.
based, rental
Yeah, short-term,
on friends and family.
yeah,
Understanding?
Based upon word of mouth.
yeah, basis term rental
You said the in-laws.
on the
Yeah.
friends and family. Comments of friends and family. Based his- I can't read that word, unfortunately. Short-term rental practice on the comments of friends and family. The definition of the dwelling unit excludes the transient use of the unit by renters for periods of less than 30 days. An owner is never a transient on their own property. Okay, so those adjustments to the finding of facts, additional items.
Any additional items to the finding?
Then you need a motion.
Right, okay, so we can move, okay, so I'm going to suggest move to deny the appeal because I want to put this first, there is no history,
Because
there's no history of rental within the year before the purchase, and the ordinance now excludes transient, well, I'll just say rentals for periods less than 30 days.
Do you,
Yeah, I'm happy to change.
yep, so move to deny appeal because there is no history of rental within a year before purchase, and I put on which to base a pre-existing non-conforming.
Okay, on to which?
And it's not the purchase date, it's the zoning amendment date that's the key.
Right.
And frankly, you have evidence that's saying it wasn't rented since 2013.
No history of rental.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. All right, so because there is no evidence of rental
After 2013.
after 2013 and before the posting of the new ordinance in February 2022. Okay. And the ordinance now excludes rental for periods of less than 30 days. Okay. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, then you don't need that pre-existing non-conforming.
Right, yeah. Okay, so I'll read the motion. Move to deny the appeal because there's no evidence of rental after 2013 and before the posting of the ordinance in 2022. And the ordinance now excludes rentals for periods of less than 30 days.
sounds good. Second.
Okay.
Who's making it? You're making it?
I made it.
Okay.
Seconded, Doug? Any further discussion? Okay, we should take a roll call vote. Doug?
No.
I mean,
Which would?
You've made a motion to deny,
deny.
so a no means you're against the motion. A
Yay.
yes, you're in favor of it.
Yay.
okay, yes.
Sharon, yes.
Okay. Okay, so that is we deny the appeal.
Don't screw up her pages.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to get, just a minute.
He knows I wouldn't do that.
Read your statement of appeal.
Yeah, just a minute. What I'm trying to do is prevent a of
Don't worry about it.
Kate's
I'll
files.
figure it
And then
out.
pull my stuff out, close this for the moment, and get my appeal here.
You're good.
Okay. So if one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date on this notice, day one being the day after the date of the decision, which is tomorrow. The necessary first step before any appeal may be taken to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for rehearing must set forth the grounds in which you base your appeal. New Hampshire Statutes, RSA, Chapter 677. Board members are advised to refrain from any discussion of this appeal with other board members and any parties to the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you.
You now have to deal with the last two cases to continue to a date certain.
Right.
I'm looking for my notes of which cases they are.
It's 20 and 22.
20 and 25?
20 and 20. No.
25.
Oh, 20 and 25. Oh,
24 have been withdrawn.
wait a minute. Which ones?
22 and 24 have been withdrawn.
20 and 25.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was
So we
20.
just did
Yeah,
19.
it was 22 that was withdrawn, right. Okay. Okay, so for simplicity's sake, I move that we continue cases 23, 20, and 23, 22, 25. I got that written down wrong here. All right, 20, 22.
I got it.
No, 2020.
2020 and 25.
It's too late. It's case 20 and 25.
Can I make the motion?
Yes, you make.
I make a motion that we continue case 2320 and case 2325 to a date
With notice.
to a date certain March 19th, 6 p.m. here at Madison Elementary School.
Okay.
Good job.
Second?
I'll second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, so that takes care of those two cases. Well, actually, we have addressed all the cases in for the evening. We haven't finished them, but we have adequately addressed them. No, we have to do minutes.
May I be paroled?
You may. Thank you.
May I be paroled?
So we need to approve the minutes and then we can adjourn.
Yeah, I think it's only, I don't have a whole lot of corrections, Kate, so.
Pass this down to Kate.
That's your one.
Chris.
Only 4 people came. Drew, Aaron, George, and Jennifer. The others.
Just give her an answer.
62.
Okay.
Chocolate frogs. Shasta daisies.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Thanks for your hard work.
How do I end up with all these comments?
Thanks for keeping us on the right track. We owe them like a gift certificate to the bar at Traditions or something, right? Okay.
Okay, so let's, unfortunately, I've buried my minutes, so
I have mine.
you have, I'll look
Yeah,
on.
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. You got
Kate,
it?
are you awake?
I have 'em. Yep.
No.
Okay, on the first page, in the third paragraph down that starts with Attorney Springer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines down. No, it's the next one. It says various advantage points. It should just be vantage. Take the AD out.
Oh.
Okay? On the next page, the very first paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines from the bottom.
Yeah.
Starts with compound is 50/50, and there is a stockade fence. It should be one word, stockade, STOCKADE.
Hold on, I'm not finding it.
Compound is 50/50, and there will be a stockade. See what line I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Those two words, stock and aid, should be one word.
Spell check didn't pick that up. That's weird.
Yeah, no, because they're two legit words, so it won't pick it up.
Yeah.
The first line of the next paragraph, Attorney Springer stated his client is looking for three variances, and comma, one for height. Yeah, I guess we can leave it as, and the Madison ordinance states in section that tower shall not exceed over the Yeah, just,
Do you want me to add height?
yeah, add the word height. Say again? Ground mount, yeah. I have nothing on the rest of that page. On the page 3, about halfway down the page where it says Dempster asked about the 8 remaining cases.
Yep.
I'd like us to put in there Dempster, comma, as a member of the public, because remember, he recused himself from the board, from sitting on the board at that point. And with the way this runs, with all the other people, McAllister, Gentile, Schilling, Rao, it looks like he's still on that board.
Dempster asked
As a member of the public, comma.
Well, then that ought to be the case everywhere where Dempster is mentioned.
No, because after that, he returned back to the
Right,
board.
he returned back to the table. So I try to put that in there so that it's clear.
Yeah, so that we know, right.
When they leave and when they come back.
Dempster and Olson rig themselves, yes.
Right.
The second little paragraph line.
Try to show when they leave and when they come
Right.
back.
And then at the end of that paragraph, it says, Gentile stated that there are 3 cases in litigation and 8 cases pending. Gentile stated that there are 3 cases.
Oh,
in
gosh, I
litigation.
did.
So cross out that
I did
second.
that twice.
And that's all I have.
Okay.
Anybody have anything else? No?
I wasn't here.
Okay.
Just the 4 of you can vote.
Okay, so,
I make a motion, we accept the minutes of the January 15th meeting as amended.
my second?
All in favor?
Oh, yep.
Aye.
Okay, minutes are approved. As amended.
Yeah.
4-0, yeah, he wasn't there, so he couldn't vote.
Yeah, right. No, Mark, nobody can. I got it, 4-0.
Okay, so.
Move to adjourn.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
We don't need-
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Smart as he is.
Okay, so,
Are we off?
yeah, I was gonna say, do we have to put the room back in order?